All right. So, some of you who are on my Discord, you already know this story. You already know what I'm about to tell you. Actually, you know what? Before I get into that, hang on. Let's start with some positivity. Thank you and shout outs to Oculus, Shishki, Dr. Papa Penguin, Gum Gum Queen, Chris Vilkir, Shadow Machine, Primarch the Mage, Theodore Caesar Mosby, Wraith, Galian, Terwax1, Dragon's Hunter, Gravguard, the person who put this game on the list, and one of our majority shareholders, Lodom Loss, and our majority shareholders, Scion of the Emperor, Killer Bean, and Sakage, and Dr. Papa Penguin, excuse me. We had several people donate a decent amount of money to make this run happen, and I do hope you will all be satisfied with it. If not, then that's my fault. So that's positivity. Y'all are awesome. Thank you for helping me to keep, fed and functional. I do apologize. I was actually ready to start back up earlier, but I was just so tired. I was so tired. And so I had to close my eyes for a bit. I only closed it for about 20 minutes, but still, I needed that. Okay. So, Dawn of War 2. Now, before I finish the story that I told on the announcement video, we need to talk about negatives. Because this is an unprecedented, but we're definitely getting into establishing additional precedents. So, I go this Sunday, 2 days ago. I go and I'm like, you know what? I should fire up Dawn of War 2 just in case. And I don't have any reason for thinking that. I have no reason to suspect that we will have any issues with Dawn of War 2. It came out 2009, and that's pretty far towards the end of the streamability gap. Usually okay, we're cool. Hit play. Game doesn't launch, and I lose the usage of my mouse. Now, both those things make sense in hindsight, knowing what I know now. But I'm like, And when I say losing the usage of my mouse, I mean, like, if I hit Control-Delete, I can't actually click anything because the mouse does not function. And I'm like, okay. Cool. So, thankfully, I used to work on Crash Carts with servers, so I'm actually very used to navigating Windows menus with nothing but a keyboard. So, all right, find process, end process, cool. Gives me my mouse back. All right, that explains something. What that means was the game was launching, hanging, and basically taking control of the mouse, like a lot of games actually tend to do. All right, that's logical. So we'll try it a couple more times. Same issue. All right. Well, this turbo sucks. Okay. Now, at this point, I've played a lot of games, especially several games in the streamability gap. By the way, not to be mean, but my experiences with Dawn of War 1 and Dawn of War 2 have led me to think that we're going to get a lot harsher about allowing games in the streamability gap. Just as an FYI going forwards, because this is nonsense. So, all right. First thing I do is I start looking for fan patches. I know Dawn of War 2 is a relatively beloved game. Surely there's some fan patches, right? No. The only fan patch that exists is specifically for Retribution. It's kind of the Soulstorm problem we had. So they only actually have fan patches for that, and it doesn't help me at all. And again, I'm skipping ahead a little bit in the story, but long story short, that patch, that it's actually kind of a conversion mod, would not have fixed anything. So that's not on the table. So I'm like, okay. So I start trying to Google it, doing the usual, and I'm not finding a lot. And I'm like, okay, that's bad. Because this is a fully funded run that has been funded for some time. And having to pull the plug a couple of days before it starts is a really terrible thing to happen. I know that technically I'm not selling a service, and legally you couldn't sue me over that. So, that's neat and all. But I don't think I have to mention how absolutely freaking terrible I would feel if I had to suddenly pull the plug on a run 2 days before it started. So I'm sitting here freaking out a little bit, like, okay, let's start digging into this a little bit. Turns out, this is a semi-common issue. In fact, it is a 100% replicatable issue. It has to do with, yeah, exactly, literal. It has to do with the specifics of how this game handles and utilizes the CPU when it comes to running the game. Now, with great fortune, I know hardware. It's actually probably to this day the thing I am best at when it comes to computers. I have a lot of experience with computers. So, I figure out relatively quickly how to adjust a few settings in my BIOS in order to get this into a functional state, because most of the methods that I could have employed didn't actually work. So for those of you not aware, there are ways in order to adjust how a CPU handles a software or a process, you know, in software, in Windows. But that wasn't working because of the uniqueness of how the game launches. So I couldn't actually get to that step with this thing, okay? And there's no fan batch patch or anything like that I could do to do this. So, in short, I had to go all the way back to the BIOS and tell the CPU to pretend to be a different CPU. I'm just summarizing. In order to get to the point where the game was playable. And that's the problem. This isn't a streamability problem, ironically. It's a getting the game running at all problem. The worst kind of problem for a game to have. So all of this sucked. Now, for those of you who were there for us, you may remember Sunday morning, I did a very impromptu stream. My entire Sunday morning was consumed with getting this game working. Because normally I spend my Sunday morning either taking some time for myself, or working on the rewrite, or doing whatever. I spent the entire morning getting this game functional. And went ahead, fired up a stream, and was like, alright, log. And the reason I was doing that was I was doing my due diligence. I wanted to make sure that the game ran, and was capturable, with OBS running, with a stream going. I wanted to make sure we were doing a truly live test. You know, no scenarios, no hypotheticals, just, does it work? Yes or no? It worked. But now we have to decide how many negatives that is. Thank you, Eternus. And thank you, GameGeek. Now, in my mind, this is a bare minimum of 3 negatives. I'm just going to be very honest about that. I've already heard some arguments about that, and some debate about this, but this is an extraordinarily bad scenario. This is... you can't get the game launching at all, specifically because of the fact that an entire category of CPUs, which, by the way, will be a problem forever. Like, every CPU made from about 6 years ago until the end of time is going to have this issue. So, this is a forever issue. For all, there's no patches. There's no fixing this. So, that's the first problem. Just getting it, running. And then there's the fact that it is so uniquely designed that I couldn't fix it on any software level of something, right? And the fact that... so, this is why I like to describe this. I've actually run this by a few of my friends and family members, gauging their opinion of this, too. So, how many... I know computers really well. Most people in chat probably know computers really well. But you always have to think about the total player base, right? How many people who have sat down just to play a Warhammer 40k game know how to access their BIOS at all? Excuse me, actually, hang on. One further step back. How many of them know that the fix for this is to adjust their CPU and their BIOS? Let's start with that. Then we move forward. How many of them know how to access the BIOS? Then move forward another step. How many of them know how to safely adjust their CPU settings in their BIOS? I'm sorry, not just safely, but correctly. Not all this stuff. But this used to be my job for like a decade. It's technically still my job. So... well, yeah. And you see my problem here. This is why I say this is a really bad situation. Now, pause for just a second. I said thank you, GameGeek, but I want to say thank you again just to make sure I caught it. I didn't see you put that towards anything, but if you do want to put that towards anything for future interest, please let me know. Thank you. Yeah, that's another thing. Even if you were to... like, the argument is always, go YouTube it. Do you know how many people trust doing that? How many of you have ever encountered anybody who, even though there are instructions, good, well-designed step-by-step tutorials for accessing your car, the engine of your car, or fixing a motor on a lawnmower, or messing with like a food processor in your kitchen, or dealing with your computer, will not do so because they don't feel comfortable doing it or safe, or they just don't want to mess with it. They don't want to screw anything up. How many of you know people like that? And you see my problem here. This is what it is. There's nothing else to add to that. This is what it is. And yeah, as Alex says, if I didn't know what I was doing, I could permanently brick my hardware. For those of you who don't know what that means it's dead as a brick. That means replace it, it's permanently broken. That's what bricking means. I have a Ryzen 5950X. You can go ahead and check how expensive those are if you'd like to. So, as much as I anticipate enjoying this game, and I do, it should probably be worth noting. I mean, remember how we started Diablo 3 with 12 negatives? You remember that? Not that I think this game is going to hit Diablo 3 numbers, but my point being, don't lean too much into the negatives, because there's a pretty good chance this is going to be a net positive game. But we need to address this elephant in the room before we even start. Here's the deal. I think that this can arguably be 6 negatives without even stretching it. Just for this one issue. The game doesn't run, which is the most bare bones level of everything, under a ongoing situation, which is not only common now, but will only ever continue to get more common as time goes on. No attempt has ever been made to backpatch or fix this by anybody involved in the process, which could be Valve, not that it's their business to, or GOG, not that it's their business to, or any fans who haven't even bothered, or of course Sega or Relic or whoever the hell owns them this week. So that's problem number one. Problem number two is the specifics of how difficult it is to actually get this fix into place, and how easy it is to screw it up in a, again, permanent manner. Yeah, there's no post-support release. So it's post-release support at all. And again, whoops, I might have screwed that up. I'm sorry, Lilimus. And again, the only fan stuff I found was exclusively for PvP style things, which legitimately does not help in this situation for reasons I'm not going to get into right now. There you go. Should be fixed, Lilimus. Oh yeah, that's another thing. And this is another little asterisk on top of this, which doesn't apply to the review, but is worth noting that they're still selling this game. In fact, hang on. Let's see, how much is this game right now? If I was to go buy this game right now, let's go check this out. Yeah, it's 20 bucks. Or I could get this plus its expansions for 60 bucks, 55 actually. I could also get all the DLC. Wow, that is a lot of DLC. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of DLC. For 80 bucks. Hang on. What is all this nonsense? War gear, war gear, war gear. Well, we'll get there when we get to Retribution, because these are all Retribution DLCs, but that is a lot of War Gear DLC. We'll debate that later. We'll debate that later. We'll get there. Honestly, it would be very easy to talk me into 9 negatives for this, because unplayable, just being of the circumstance to actually apply the fix, and then severe difficulty and risks of applying the fix. Oh yeah, and I just want to say really quick, I take full credit for Boltgun finally getting a release date, because I've been streaming Warhammer 40k. Hopefully it's a good game. I think it's on the list. It's nowhere near funded. Oh, I'm sorry. There's also the last 10 DLC. I didn't even see that on the list. Actually, I've had similar issues with several of the Soul Reaver, or excuse me, the Legacy of Kain franchise, so yeah. We also had this problem with Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, which, for those of you who don't remember, there is a fan patch for that game, which got the game into playable format. My GPU is a 3080, I believe. Something like that. When did the devs get bought out versus when the problem started? Does that matter to the review? I don't know and no, respectively. Yeah, see, I'm going to go ahead and be really negative for 1 second, okay? Because up until now, I've been, nice and neutral. But I'm going to go ahead and be negative about one thing. There's an old saying that I hate. And that is, well, I don't have that problem. That's nice. I do. And I'm the one reviewing it. I get sick to death of hearing that argument, and I've heard it over and over and over for years. In fact, I've heard it repeatedly over the last week with regards to Dawn of War 1. Works fine for me. That's great. I don't even have to prove to you that it's not working for me because it was crashing, flickering, and strobing on stream. So, what I'm trying to say, to now leave negativity land and go back to neutral land, is that that argument has that's a colander trying to hold water for me. There's no depth to that argument. And while it's nice that some people don't have the issues, that's kind of like saying that, well, I've never had any issues with flooding, for example. And therefore, flooding is not an issue that you need to care about when it comes to designing the roof of your house. It doesn't rain here. Therefore, there's no need to actually bother with proper roofing and tiling and gutter and drainage design. I could go with a lot more negative examples than that, but I'm restraining myself because we're in neutral land. Yeah, my apartment's not on fire. Again, neutral land. Do you get my point? Why I don't consider that to be a valid argument? Because, first of all, if, obviously, I am demonstrably having the issues, but second, and this is more important, I didn't hear no bell. Second and more importantly, it gets into a bit of philosophy, review philosophy. If we allow the argument of, well, it doesn't apply to some people, that kind of destroys the entire review system. And I mean that with sincerity. Because if we are to account that other people's different experiences are valid for not giving positives and not giving negatives, then think about what that means, large scale, for a review. So, that's why I do a lot of work to establish why I consider games to deserve certain negatives, and certain positives for that matter. I don't always succeed. Some of you may or may not have even noticed that I actually kicked off a few of the negatives for Dawn of War 1 when I was doing my audit this morning, because they were being unfair. I was giving the game more negatives than I should have, and I was double dipping in several cases, so I got rid of them. So I wasn't being fair until I did the audit. That's one of the reasons we do the audit, right? So I do try very, very hard to try and give as much of a fair take as I possibly can. Now, having said all of that, this is without question the worst can't get the game running experience I've ever personally encountered. Having to edit the CPU and the BIOS is bonkers. However, I don't think 9 negatives is really justified here. So instead, I'm going to go ahead and give it 6. I am going to give it 6. I don't think you could talk me below that. But, Yeah, so we're going to call this bug, because that's what it is. And we're just going to do 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we'll just leave that as is. Hopefully, I'm going to be very honest with you for a second. Some distant, vague part of me is terrified that I'm going to hit play and it's not going to work. That it's not actually going to launch. Oh yeah, Dr. Winter actually asked a question. Is Dr. Winter here? I don't think he is actually. I'll come back to it. Dr. Winter asked an interesting question, which actually ties directly into what I was just talking about, which is, should being forced to cut off a game early due to sheer tedium come with its own negatives? And the answer is actually no, but that's because, again, of the aforementioned double dipping. If I was going to double dip on that, I could absolutely do so and give several games negatives or a similar thing. But I don't do that, because I don't need to double dip, because I've already given those negatives. Make sense? The things that caused me to put the game down already have negatives. I don't then need to give a negative for, and then I quit, right? That's that whole fairness thing I was just talking about. It's something I work very, very hard to maintain. You are absolutely right, Blade Terrell. I had massive issues with Space Marine. And some issues with Chaos Gate Demon Hunter. That's unrelated. I shouldn't say it's unrelated. It's absolutely related. So, in case you're paying attention, that's Space Marine, Chaos Gate Demon Hunter, Dawn of War 1, and Dawn of War 2 have all given me substantial and significant issues in streaming them or running them. That's not a joke. I think the only game that we have played from 40K... No, that's wrong. We have played 3 40K games with no issues. Space Armada 1, Space Armada 2, and Mechanicus. Those 3 were fine. So, objectively speaking, those are the best Dawn of War... Or, excuse me, those are the best 40K games. Alright. There's your objective review right there. Wow, let's stop listening to Metroid. Nobody likes Metroid. Get out of here, Metroid. Nobody likes you. You're fine, Scion. I apologize profusely for not being able to finish Winter Assault or Soulstorm. I actually feel bad, if it makes any sense. I mean, Mechanicus is great. I'm going to legitimately plug Mechanicus. It has some flaws and some issues. It's got a little bit of a padding problem, and its pacing has a couple of issues here and there. But Mechanicus is a really, really good game that I absolutely plug. There's a reason we have the Mechanicus test nowadays. But anyways. Okay, I'm going to stop delaying. Please work. Okay, that's already a good sign.
Sega.
Hang on, now I gotta get it on the screen. The mere fact that that happened means it's not having the issue it was having on Sunday. So that's already, like I said, it's already a good sign. Now we gotta watch honestly, not a very good opening, but, you know, whatever. I'm gonna shut up so you can enjoy this.
More of us are coming. This planet will be ours.
You lost this war before you started, fool.
That's sad, Jago.
Primary threat spotted.
Moving into position. Neutralizing.
Take cover! Strike from the sky, brothers!
boy. Oh, that's a way to go.
This planet is ours, witch.
No. This planet is theirs.
Now, I'll give you this one. This is a good moment. Yeah, this was actually my first introduction to the Tyranids right here. So, let me explain why that cinematic is the worst thing in the known history of the entire universe. I'm sorry, I'm being facetious. So first of all, there's actually only two things I don't like about the cutscene. I will actually admit, and I never really thought about this before, it is a good showcasing of the type of gameplay that this game is. This is squad-based RTS. We've actually talked about this before several times, and we'll talk about this in the future as well. This is probably one of the most squad-based RTSs I've ever seen. Like, the camera's going to really zoom in on this one. Oh my god. The camera's really going to zoom in on this one. We're going to be handling like 2 or 3 squads. And it's, in many ways, it's going to be kind of like playing a MOBA, for good and for bad. We'll talk more about the specifics later. But first, I have to acknowledge people. Aww. Thank you very, very much, D20 Archon. I'm so sorry for my negativity over the last week. I actually feel bad, because it's like, I don't know how to... I don't know how to not present it. Thank you very, very much. And if you want to increase interest in a future stream, like, say, Bolt Gun, please let me know. Thank you. And, hang on. I wasn't expecting a second donation in the middle of that. Thank you very much, Jesse's best. Oh yeah, by the way, check it out. Check it out. I can alt tab. It freezes the game, but I can alt tab without crashing the game. I can't tell you. This is not a joke. I can't tell you how happy that makes me. I don't even have to constantly move my mouse around in order to avoid flicker. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you, Jesse's Mask, very, very much. I will put that towards Pentiment, Citizen Sleeper, and The Last Guardian. Thank you. Okay. The cutscene. So first of all, the Eldar. I would explain myself, but I don't think I need to. Second of all, and this is much more importantly, I personally really don't like the over-edited look. That shouldn't be a surprise to anybody who's ever seen anything I've ever done, ever. But you know what I mean by the over-edited look. Everybody does the over-edited look. YouTubers who are just sitting here being a person talking to a webcam do the over-editing thing. I hate it. See you around, Rama. So, it's just, the camera is just psychotic. It's bouncing around the entire cutscene. It's even worse when you're actually going back through and looking at it. It's like, oh my god! It's just stop! But I'm not going to give it a negative. I just don't like that. That's not something I am a big fan of. I think our options are set. Let's go ahead and double check. It's... It's okay, I knew that was going to happen, I just forgot about it for a second. Looks like our graphics are correct, so we're good. Yep, everything's good. Cool. So our options are saving too, that's also neat, and also something Dawn of War was not always doing. So, Dawn of War 2. The font's whatever. Let's do it. Now, I'm gonna crank it down. There's a reason for that. We'll get to it later. I don't actually know what the difficulty settings do. We're just cranking it down.
Subsector Aurelia. This cluster of worlds stands on the very edge of the Imperium of Man. From this frontier came the Blood Ravens, a chapter of the Emperor's own Space Marines. Once and for all.
What? Look at that hair.
And a handful of Space Marines lead the raw recruits defending these worlds. Now, another Space Marine joins this desperate
God,
battle.
we look so stupid.
Newly promoted commander, ready to lead in our darkest hour. You are this Space Marine. And you will tip the balance toward victory.
Victory. Okay, so that's only one cool thing in that entire cutscene, in my opinion. Did you catch it? It's when they have the spread of the worlds, and then one of them goes away for a second and comes back updated, and it's been updated to show that it's been exterminatus, and the Imperial population has gone from several million to 0. How many of you even caught that?
Calderis. We Blood Ravens select our initiates from this world's fierce warriors. Calderis is the cradle and the future of our chapter. Now, the orcs would take it from us. This, we cannot allow.
That are out in the open. Welcome, Commander.
This is Captain Davian Thule, in command here on Calderis. We are battling the orcs that threaten this world.
Let's get this out of the way.
Right into the combat.
Probably gonna get a brickwork positive.
With several squads of our initiates. We are under heavy fire and losing control of our flanks. Move north and provide support.
Thank you, Bragman. So, for vanilla, we will just be playing as Terrans, yes. The Space Marines. I don't actually know where we're going to be at when it comes to the expansions. Remember, I haven't played the expansions. Second of all, happy birthday, Sean. Oh yeah, way better brickwork. Like, this game only came out a couple years after Soulstorm. Literally 2 years after Soulstorm. Look at that. It's funny because I think of this game as a much more modern game than 2009 because of, you know, how relatively modern it feels. Last Guardian. I hope you're doing something better than watching my stupid ass today, Sean. Get some cheesecake or something. Or donuts, I don't know. Firewatch and FF14 Patchwalker. You got it. Now, where's my list? Because Saffron was like, why are there 6 negatives for bugs? Because Saffron, I'm so sorry, Ross, was not paying attention during the intro. That's okay. I accept that. I don't feel like typing everything up, so we're just going to say this and not launch. That's the... see, the problem is I have to type it all up. So we're just going to leave that there. You just get to live with no actual explanation. Someone will pop up and be like, wait a minute. Why is there gameplay negatives? Sucks to be you. All right, so we've already got brickwork question mark. Voice acting is definitely something we're going to debate. And we'll pause there for now. Okay. Hey, we're back. So, here's our squad. 2 people. So, okay, first thing we're going to notice, you see that little dot on the ground? That's something that I remember wrestling with a lot. It's exactly what it looks like. That's the actual spot you're going to go to because this is a cover-based, squad-based RTS. If you're out of cover, you're probably going to die. So you want to do something like what I just did. Which is move there and not say there on the other side of the cover. Like here, I'll even demonstrate. Check it out.
Oi! Some of the enemies come behind us!
Now we're out of cover. Pull back into cover.
Bring on that dagger!
Yes, cover is destroyable. Of course it is. Step over there because they're having issues. Charge ability. Well, thank you very much for the kind words, Artorius. It is always nice to hear a little bit of positivity instead of, you know, the usual. You're more than welcome to stay and hang out, or to just chill out on the VODs.
You are trying to outflank us. Eliminate them.
I actually agree, these sounds are a little bit too loud. But if you're not, you can just lurk. We're cool. We here at the Lore Walkers are very cool with lurkers, but no need to be shy. We're cool. I turn down the music a little bit too. We can leave speech up. I'm gonna turn on that a little bit more because it's gonna get loud. I do not know, Primarch.
Our fortifications are under assault.
Yeah, actually, yeah, Crazy Norse, you're absolutely right. No, Game Geek, and it's gone. I can alt tab, Rax. I can alt tab. Friendly fire is not a thing. We'll talk some more. I don't want to front load you too much. There's a lot of specifics we'll get into in the nitty gritty of the detail. Trust me, you'll have plenty of time to do so. The first thing I want you to notice right there is you see how that has 3. We have 3 usages of our heal. Let's keep that in mind. Oh yeah, sure. Hang on. Let's get stuck in here. Look here. You to be back here. Oh yeah, by the way, Tarkus is my MVP of this game. I'm just gonna say that right now. I'm pretty sure it's Tarkus. It's the guy with the big gun. You know the one. Alright, so we're gonna go this. Here. Oh, sorry, I'm thinking of Avitus. My bad.
Reinforcements have arrived. Push forward in this.
Charge through the groups like that. Yeah, Avitus. Sorry, my bad. My bad. Avitus is my MVP.
Get to that position, brothers.
So you notice, even though I'm literally commanding 2 squads, we're just mopping up tons of orcs. That's a common trend in this game. In general, we will probably have a squad of 3, maybe 4 units. They are still squads. They're not individuals. Well, okay, except for me. Obviously, I am an individual. Yeah, Avitus carried me for so much of this playthrough. So much. And by this, I mean when I played through this originally. No base building. There is a strategic lair, which we'll talk about when we get there. And as you can see, we can just rush through terrain like that.
Well fought, Commander. But the Greenskins will not give us much time before they attack again. I need you and Sergeant Tarkus to take charge of driving the orcs back. Move up to the ruins east of here and prepare to repel the next orc wave.
Okay. You got it.
Tarkus reporting.
Come on, get on the... There you go. That's what I want.
Destination confirmed.
Yeah, we'll talk more about the the strategic layer in a bit, because there's more to it than just the war gear, but we'll get there, we'll get there. War truck.
Orc vehicle! Stay in cover! That truck has a heavy gun!
Out of cover, go!
Get 'em, boys! There ain't no ruins! Go get me some more boys! And these Yumis is sparking up me truck! Back through the tunnel!
Tarkus here.
Move your arse to that wall! They looking for a fight!
To that position, brothers.
Also notice we have 5 grenades right now.
External.
So we were talking about the difference between micro and macro. This game is nothing but micro. There is no macro layer to this game. Now, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, that's up to you.
Well done, Commander. Those orcs have opened a path through the hill somehow. Move forward and seal it.
You can kind of see the sky. It's a pretty crappy sky.
More orcs. And lots of cover to use on our approach.
Receiving fire. Target eliminated.
Pick up the damn thing. There. We're gonna open up some loot crates. So that just gave us another stim pack to answer what someone was asking. I forget who asked it, but someone was asking if we could refill those. There's your answer. Trust me, I've actually played this on hard. You need those stim packs.
Tower near the cave mouth. My squad can take it out with a grenade.
Hostile squad eliminated.
So you notice there's a yellow dot versus a green dot. That's the amount of cover. Really simple.
Tactical squad.
This will clear them out.
The game does actually control a lot more smoothly than Dawn of War 1 2, which is nice because the controls, if you remember, were very frustrating in that game. So that's straight out of Company Heroes.
The Greenskins are clearly using that mine as a passage, Commander. Seal that entrance by any means necessary.
Readiness.
I don't actually remember what it's called. It's the garrison thing,
Orcs
right?
have stacked fuel and ordnance near the entrance over there. A well-placed grenade should ignite it and bring the whole cave down.
We good? Okay. Garrisoning. I personally first encountered garrisoning way back in Red Alert 2, which I believe was the 90s. But that would be... It's something that works sometimes and sometimes doesn't, and there's mechanics that are related to it, and each given RTS that uses garrisoning as a concept does it in its own particular manner. So the details matter, is what I'm trying to say. So whether or not 2001, wow, that's more recent, huh? Whether or not that is a good or bad thing, we'll have to decide as we go. But you're going to see a lot of it.
Good work, Space Marines. The Greenskins will not be using that passage again anytime soon.
But the leader managed to escape through the tunnel before we could kill him. That was our chance to cut this invasion off at the head.
He will show himself again, Tarkus. And when he does, we will be ready. Thunderhawks are en route. Prepare for extraction. None can stop the crusade of the righteous.
Mission complete. We've got... So, war gear. The improved chainsaw. It is a level 2 chainsword. It has that much damage, that much attack speed, that much accuracy. It does full damage to infantry, partial damage to heavy infantry, hardly any damage to vehicles, and virtually no damage to buildings. It also increases your melee damage resistance. It is usable by these people. And here's a little lore tidbit. Loot. I don't actually know how random this loot is. So if anybody knows more details about that, feel free to tell me. But I do know that a lot of our build is going to depend on this loot. Only if it's really bad, J. Palmer. Like, I probably would give a negative to Warcraft 3 for lip flaps, because they're bad. But I can't think of another one off the top of my head that I would. Levels. Oh, yeah, we also got a bolter, excuse me. Oh, there it is. So, health goes up, range damage goes up, melee damage goes up, energy goes up. Cool.
Welcome aboard Strike Cruiser Armageddon, Commander. Calderis is currently facing a massive orc invasion that threatens to spill over to the entire sector. Urgent distress signals are coming from other nearby sectors, but we must concentrate our efforts here. I need you to take charge of an assault that's stalled on the surface below. Drop to the point marked on the planet map and start pushing into the Orcs' flank.
I can do one more deployment today. So, there's a day. There's like a calendar mechanic. We'll talk more about that later. But for now, we got a couple of screens. Oh, whoops. That actually isn't going to work because of obvious reasons. This is the button I was actually looking for. So, but equipment, we've got a left hand and a right hand. We've got armor. We've got an accessory, and we've got a commander item. What you can equip depends a little bit on you. We can raise... So, here's the leveling things. Didn't we, Scion? We watched all the Dark Crusade Victory videos on YouTube. Hell, we watched all the Soulstorm Victory videos on YouTube. There are different classes, yes. Or it's more like different individuals, but yes is the answer. In Dawn of War 1, no, Blade to Roll. In this one, absolutely. This game, along with Space Marine, is one of the few games that makes the Space Marines feel like Space Marines. So anyways, so we've got 4 relative paths, plus to color distinction. Green, which affects these two things. Ranged, which affects this thing. Melee, and energy. It also, as you can see, it's very Mass Effect-y. At certain set points, you gain a special ability, like the ability to increase the charge range of victory while its energy cost is decreased. Unshakable, highly resistant to knockdown. After using victory, which is the charge, by the way, Force Commander becomes invincible for a short time, and gain a significant chance to instantly regain consciousness when incapacitated. When doing so, you gain health and gain brief speed and damage increase. Not too shabby. This isn't quite a talent system, but it is similar to a talent system, yes. You can pin messages, Brainwin? Question mark? Ranged specialist, which is obvious. Melee specialist, which is obvious. And, of course, casting, which gives you additional accessory slot. The ability to do orbital drop pods and orbital bombardment pods twice in a single deployment. And, of course, Inspiring Shout, which now restores energy to nearby things. So, hi, Testenhauer. What I'm trying to say is I actually like this screen. This game actually has some good customization options by memory. We're not going to prejudge too much, but by memory, this game has some good customization options for how to build out your people. I'm probably going to go ahead and build myself to being primarily melee, because I know Avitus is coming. And when Avitus is coming, he's going to be ranged. I'm probably going to make Tarkus ranged, or the guys who I can't think of the name of right now. So this up here, actually, I can't actually do anything yet because I haven't unlocked those. So we'll get there, Jay Palmer. Melee. Why would you make a melee Avitus? So we can also make ourselves full tanky rather than full DPS-y. The reason I'm leaning towards full DPS-y is if you're paying attention, we're already into it. We're already on our way through here. So we're going to go and just put our 2 points into there. And we go and gain Battle Cry. For a limited time, Force Commander performs a special attack with every blow. That's the attacks. Dealing damage. I'm very technical and professional as a reviewer. So the attacks knock enemies to the ground. Additionally, the Force Commander can't be knocked down for the duration. Hey, look, I can alt-tab, Scion. Tab, it's weird. Did I not? Well, anyways, I'll come back to that. Because I don't actually recognize what that is. You can swap in between missions, by the way. But we'll get to that. Because check it out. Boop. Undo. Anyways, so we're also obviously going to go ahead and equip our chainsword because duh. And we might as well equip our bolter because why not, right? Oh, wait. The bolter's a two-hander. And now you see that there is some where some of the buildiness comes from. So we actually want to be melee. I've already said that. So we're just going to go ahead and put out our chainsword and live with that. Now, Tarkus over here. So he's already starting to be built towards health, aka tanking. There's several ways we could take Tarkus, actually. There's a lot of options here. He can become accessory slot, grenadier slot. He's a tactical marine squad, by the way. I mentioned how each unit is kind of their own thing. They all have a few variances between each other. What do I want to do with Tarkus? Hey, Mead first. See, that's what Dark Crusade was for me. I mean, he's already got the health, right? I don't mind him being a tank and being up there with us. He is limited, though. He can only have a proper bolter, aka a two-handed gun. But we could give him a taunt. And he could... The res thing, we'll talk about that when we get there. I'm actually torn. Screw it. Let's just stick with the defaults. Let's just have fun with it. You know, as taunt. We don't have anything else to equip, so we're just kind of... What is all this crap? What is this and why is this in my inventory? Why do I have DLC? When did I get DLC? Whatever. Anyway, so that's our squads. Cool. This is kind of our map. It's not really our map. So, okay. There's the map, the skirmish, let's call it what it is. The Argus Outlands, outskirts. The Badlands, communities east of the Argus settlement, serve as a buffer between the desert wilds and the planetary capital, which you can see is the green over there on the left. So, capturing a communication relay on the planet will allow emplacing a planetary defense forces to focus artillery strikes to a specific location, and automated foundries can be found on many worlds, assisting in production of armed munitions, while serving the various needs of the populace. Securing them will grant additional support and allow the direct deployment of tarantula turrets during a mission. So, mission select. This screen is a screen I grew to hate, but we'll talk more about why later.
The Greenskins have taken over a hamlet outside Argus. This hamlet sits on a vital supply route, and all of Calderis could fall if we do not dislodge them. Sergeant Avitus and his squad of Devastator Space Marines held the hamlet alone, but they were finally overwhelmed. You must retake the hamlet and drive the orcs back. To aid in this, I am assigning Sergeant Cyrus and his squad of scouts to your command. His infiltration expertise should prove invaluable.
You know, I like Cyrus as a character, but I just didn't use him, like, at all. By the way, for spoilers. But yeah, Avitus, the best. That guy, that's him right there, Mr. Whitehair. So yeah, sorry, we're actually still in plot missions. There are two types of missions in here. Very similar to Dark Crusade in format. There's skirmish missions, which I put in quote-unquotes because you'll see. And then there's plot missions, which are a little more manually crafted.
This guard duty stuff is naff. We should be out stopping humans again like we did to the town. Wait, did you hear something?
Coming out of
Target acknowledged.
Cyrus to Armageddon. In position.
So there's Cyrus. Naturally, he's voiced by Steve Blum.
Space Marines, heartening news. Avitus, the squad leader who defended the hamlet, is still alive. The orcs incapacitated him, but apparently could not finish the job.
Avitus is too stubborn to die.
So it would seem, Cyrus. An orc guard position stands between you and Sergeant Avitus. Approach with stealth and eliminate the Greenskins.
Understood. Maintain camouflage, scouts.
So here's infiltration in this game. A little slower and a little glow to indicate that they are stealthy.
On the attack.
Tactical squad. Brothers, brothers. Receiving fire.
We're of course going to charge up here in the melee, because of course we are.
It's the alien! Greenskin killed.
Ooh, there's a nice spot of cover.
Ready, get to that position.
Yeah, I was sort of expecting,
That guard tower, Cyrus.
you know, that to be an insta-kill, but whatever.
Scouts here, still engaged.
Moving to that position.
Be vigilant.
Readiness is all.
It's okay, just splattering fungus all over the place is exactly what we want. That's joy right there.
Be
Understood.
vigilant.
Target acknowledged.
Forward. Out of sight. Moving toward target. Let fly.
They have a target.
A demolition charge will bring that tower down. Weapons fire has us pinned.
So that's suppression status.
It's eliminated.
Excellent work, Cyrus. Avitus's position is on your tactical display. Revive him so that he may join your attack.
So when heroes go down, they don't die, they go downed, because this is Final Fantasy now. I'm just being snarky, don't mind me.
There is. Damn orcs found another pass through the hills.
There is a relay beacon near your position, Commander. Secure it, and we can deploy reinforcements to fill out your squads.
Make ready, brothers. Reposition.
Now be vigilant.
This is Avitus. Very well.
Move Avitus near the beacon, and we can get his squad back to full strength.
So this is Avitus.
Reinforcements inbound.
You can't even see it properly. Whatever. Go over here.
Adjust your... Now you are at...
Excellent. Avitus and his Devastator squad are back to full strength. Now, push into the hamlet and eliminate those orcs, Commander.
Under attack.
So there you go. That's the firing range of the big gun, which is what he has equipped. It's a big gun. I don't know what you want from me.
Hostiles purged. Tactical Marines awaiting orders.
This is Avitus.
Yeah, like I said, this game and Space Marine, the game, are good examples of this is what Space Marines can actually accomplish.
Adjust your positions.
Now, maybe that's antithetical to lore. I have no idea.
Chapters recruit stand. Be vigilant.
It's still true.
This is Avitus.
So yeah, we have now set up. We actually showed off setting up stuff back in Dawn of War 1 a little bit. I'm gonna pop this, and then go over here.
Those orcs are turning tail.
They could be going for help. Stay alert.
There's only one kind of orc retreat, we all know that.
Formation, brothers.
Tactical Marine. Get to that position, brothers.
My squad should set up in heavy cover, Commander. The
Fine.
suppressive fire from my heavy bolter will keep the greenskins pinned. There. Devastator's ready to fire. Our heavy bolters are deadly, but they take time to set up and have a limited field of fire.
There are still targets to engage.
Grab some loot. Gotta get all the loot. I do like the sound effects.
Clock's open. Heading there now.
Chapters recruit. Be vigilant.
Brothers, we go.
Commander, there is a second relay beacon near your position. Activate it to finish securing the hamlet.
Oh, for God's sakes.
Look alive, brothers.
Inside.
This is Avitus. Brothers,
Excellent work, Commander. The hamlet is secure. More orcs are on the way, Commander. Set up your forces to repel the attack. This
Okay.
hamlet must not fall again.
Why? It's like... a burnt, ruined out husk with no survivors. Who cares?
Orcs on approach.
Come on, greenskins!
Good work, Avitus. They have nowhere to run.
I've actually never really played the Company Heroes series, so I can't speak for that. So anybody familiar with it, feel free to answer if this is Company Heroes-esque. North, there you go. See, so, while the icons are small, they do a good chance, a good decision with regards to color distinction and making things visible relatively quickly and easily. I do overall like the... I guess that's HUD. I don't know what else to call that. It is the heads-up display. Why are we getting so much loot? Jesus. It's okay, I'm actually a low-ranking commander living with. They're just throwing me out here to die. I don't know if loot is random. Come on over. Come on. Don't be shy. There you go. Good boy.
Well done, Space Marines. Thunderhawks are on approach to return you to the Armageddon.
None can stop the crusade of the righteous.
Let's see here. Unfortunately, it does mute the game when I alt-tab. Sorry. Nothing I can do about that. I did actually mute Fist. Hang on, hang on. Where's my notes? Where's my notes? My precious notes. There they are. Alright, so we've got... Okay. We should also mention this and this. Okay.
Well done, Commander. With the hamlet cleared, we can secure the main route into the capital.
The Greenskins knew to strike where we were most vulnerable, Captain Thule.
Cyrus is correct. Someone is agitating the orcs and pointing them at valuable targets. If we are going to win this war, we need to find out who is using the Greenskins against us.
That was me. Sorry. Alright, so Cyrus, sure. We'll just go with this. And... well, sure, since only you can equip that. Enjoy. Avitus, my boy. Yeah, extended range is... there. What do we got? Plus range damage. Yes, please. I mean, the Eldar are always stupid, you know. Okay, so we've got an Imperial Shrine, which I don't think any of this stuff actually matters yet. So we could go after Gut Trencher, or we could go after Sky Killer. What do you prefer? We're on day 3. We can actually check the log. It's actually an extensive log. We also have stuff per planet. Not that we have other planets yet. Gut-Wrencher!
Commander, the orcs have struck another valuable target. A powerful orc chieftain named Gut-Wrencher is leading the assault, but someone must have pointed him at this target, likely without his even knowing it. Take your squads and eliminate this beast before he does more damage. Keep on the lookout for clues as to who may be manipulating him.
I mean, Eldar, am I right? Nah, they just take some old orc's name. Oh, I'm a better gut ripper than he ever was. So yeah, there are bosses in this game. Including one boss type I absolutely despise. It's not this one.
Gut-Wrench's location is marked on your map display, Commander. You will need to fight through the orcs defending him.
Enemy located.
Game came out in 2009. So, charge.
How can we serve?
You kind of get stuck in.
Remain vigilant. Brothers, go.
Be vigilant.
Peekaboo. Oh, sorry. I said I would do this earlier. This is what you do if you don't have a grenade. Just kind of slow-mode your way through it.
Repositioning.
Yeah, it's actually kind of weird, because I do like some aspects of the HUD, legitimately. And then there's the other aspects of the HUD, which just confuse the crap out of me.
On my mark. Move quickly.
Well, like, for example, the stuff that's actually showing up in the field, like the indicator of Avitus's range, or the icons over their heads indicating what kind of unit they are, or you know, which kind of buffs or debuffs they have, that's actually really good. But then there's like that thing in the lower right. That thing in the lower right might as well not even be there. I get that they were trying to get it out of the way, but I can barely read that, even if I actually look at it for a second. It's really bad at a glance. Now, fortunately, there's the only buttons that really matter down here are these ones right here, and you can just kind of memorize those. But yeah, there is a lot of wasted space going on, and that is extremely tiny font. Like, I've had to glance at that a few times to be like, hang on, what's my actual...
Tactical
Safe.
Okay, okay.
Cleansing begins.
And yeah, because there's the stance, the attack move, stop, melee attack, attack ground, and of course the fall back button. The minimap is, honestly, I keep forgetting that it's even there. I think it's the nicest way I could put that.
Make red. Destination
Be
confirmed.
vigilant.
Brothers, getting cover, brother.
Can you rebind camera to WASD? I don't actually know. I'm not sure we can rebind it all in this one. Can we rebind in this one? This looks like we cannot rebind it. I'm going to assume we cannot rebind in this one. Because this is WASD. Nothing happening.
It's too much! In it!
Yeah, the indicators on the ground are pretty decent, too. Green, yellow, and, of course, white. Which specific type of cover you're going into. I do wish it was a little more indicative of which cover was destructible and which isn't, but most of it is pretty obvious at a glance.
To the wall!
Not all of it, but most of it.
Get to that position.
Like that. There you go. Thank you for the example, game. How many of you even noticed the bonus objectives on the map, of which there are 2?
It's too much!
The minimap.
In it!
Tactical squad, this way.
Commander. You are near an important communication array.
Capturing that array would give us a better hold on the planet, Commander.
That array
Yep,
is
it's the black squares. It's this thing up here.
will not be simple.
Cover the flank, cover the flank. Oh, I'm out of energy. Crap. Deal with that problem.
This is rotten!
Green skin eliminated. Inside.
Heads down, lad!
And take it before they do. Get there in time. There we go. That's it. Let's go ahead and get defensive just in case.
Scouts here. Scouts. On my mark.
Tactical squad. We move again, brothers. Destroy them.
I also like how the stuff you can grab is nice and obvious, and you can just left click it as long as it's visible. You don't have to run a dude up to grab it.
Ready.
So there are some quality of life features here.
Destination
Bits and
confirmed.
pieces, but they're there.
Be vigilant.
Devastator Marines ready for combat.
I'm soaking in the positivity for now because I know this game is going to piss me off later.
The array is in our hands.
Field generators are deploying now, Commander. Additional generators will not be available until your next deployment.
Well, now we have some generators. Well, while we're here.
Command, form spirit ship positions received.
Xenos.
Under attack! Wait, Marine! Good! Get back!
We'll be playing this all week and possibly into next week even.
Devastator's under enemy attack.
Foe is engaging at range.
Under attack.
Show me your fury.
Back up lively!
We'll see, bro.
Under fire.
Alright! Back up lively!
Why are you up here?
I won't do it! Alright! Back up lively!
I do admit to enjoying Thule once we get him. What are you doing? Attack the people I told you to attack. Jesus Christ.
This is rotten!
No, on the other side. On the other side. There you go.
At your command. Reposition.
Chapter's recruits stand ready. Be vigilant.
Under attack.
Excellent, Space Marines.
Whoa, whoa, camera. As you can see, they cannot withstand our hair.
Inside.
Well, it also plays a lot smoother, too. I'm curious if the expansions have the clog problem that the first game does.
Move on to the next target, brothers.
All right, quick!
Look alive, brothers. Going in, brother.
Devastator's under enemy attack. Direct our wrath.
Nothing, apparently, even. This game was made by the same people as everything except for Soulstorm, which was made by different people.
How can we serve?
Out. Say it outside. Now.
Repositioning.
Did you notice how that healed the whole squad, by the way? Yes, this is Space Marines only. All Space Marines, all the time. Until we get to any expansions, which may or may not change that.
Adjust your positions.
Kill that.
We got it. Devastators. Cover! Go! Go!
Ready. Moving to
Move
that
quickly.
Brothers, we go.
tactical squad repositioning.
There is a lot of ground combat for the Space Marine, that is true. A common problem in a lot of fiction, actually. No, I have not played Chaos Rising, and I have not played Retribution. For reasons I will get to once we get to the slog, although I've sort of already given it away, I kind of put the game down and never went back to it.
The chapters
This is Avitus.
stand ready. Be vigilant. Getting there. Target engaging in range.
London won't even push you in that side. Most nostalgic RTS sound for me. The sound, it's from StarCraft. Points if you even recognize it from my terrible, terrible emulation.
The chapters
Our weapon
recruits
understood.
stand ready.
Going there now.
Tactical squad
Be
repositioning.
vigilant.
No deal with those. Hey, Doom Rider. Check it out. Doom Rider. Watch this. Watch this. Tab. It's a miracle. Thank you, Doom Rider. I will put that towards Arceus. I'm also going to AFK very briefly. Here, I'll tab back, though, to make sure there's something to listen to, though. Or there isn't anything to listen to. Okay, here.
Brothers, return fire!
Going for the brush.
One of them open teeth!
Hone your zeal, brothers.
Alright. Did they kill everyone? Excellent. Yes, +2 music. I agree. Let's jot that down really quick. Under positives, Laura. Oh, I'm still fighting stuff.
This is Avitus. Adjust your positions.
Here, still engaged. Cover.
Remain vigilant.
Is Darkwealth we're playing now? If you're playing the remaster, yes. honestly, getting the original StarCraft working is a bit of a problem. It's one of those, hope you have a third-party program situations. No, it's not the dropship. The dropship just... The remaster? Well, believe it or not, I've never played the remaster, but it runs smoothly and easily, and it's a good remaster.
This is Avitus.
So,
Say it now before the
Clock's open. Go ahead.
by that virtue alone,
Tactical squad.
let's go and scooch a little bit. There you go, unloading the bunker. I didn't think about that, because I was like, wait, do they use the same sound effect for the dropship? They do not. I had to think about it for a second.
Advance.
Pull him into the trap. Pull him into the trap.
Devastated Marines ready for combat. Avitus under attack.
Not that I'm aware of, Lyniruth, but they might. Not that it matters. We're playing the remaster anyways for review. You don't even have to pause at that. I'll just give it that right now, Scion. That would be storytelling mechanic. Yep, when I did the StarCraft lore run, which was several years ago and 2 computers ago, I had to run a custom executable in order to get it running. Why are you not? Oh, God dang it. Get up there. I mean, it's a Terran unit. We all know it's a Terran unit.
Alright, back up line!
I've mentioned it before. The Terrans are, for me, just way more interesting than the Protoss and the Zerg. It's not like I don't like the Zerg and the Protoss. Quite the contrary. But the Terrans are where so much of the just, yeah, comes from, for me, personally. Thank you, Meat Fist. I will call myself the Much Talker. Although some people have also suggested Lork. I do like the sound of Lork. Suits me.
How can we tactical
But
squad?
thank you very much. I'll put that towards Yakuza 2 and 7. And since you could put that towards a third thing, do you mind if I just pick a third thing for you that may or may not be Warhammer 40k bolt gun? I cannot confirm or deny that I really want to play Warhammer 40k bolt gun.
Be vigilant.
So I might kind of be plugging that a little bit over the next few days. No reason, you know, no reason, no reason.
Still engaged.
Tactical.
It does, it looks legit. I'm pretty sure there have been Warhammer 40k FPSs. I have not played them.
One of them always beat!
Tactical squad. Brothers, fire.
Target's confirmed.
There you go. I knew someone would point one out. That there has been an FPS game that I have not played, of course.
It's too much!
Yeah, I like run and guns. I refuse to call them boomer shimmers. That's an unintentionally insulting thing. They're run and guns. They're run and guns.
Scouts here, still engaged.
Command.
This is Avitus. Adjust.
We've actually reviewed a couple of run and guns already after the Oblivion line, and most of them reviewed pretty well.
Turn fire, brothers!
Warhammer 40k is all over the place. I'm pretty sure we've had everything except for, like, dating simulators in Warhammer 40k.
Commander, we do not yet have additional field generators ready. You need to wait until your next deployment to secure another strategic asset.
So,
I won't do
I
it!
actually was doing that on purpose, because if you're paying attention, he mentioned earlier that we can't get another... Of course there's no one. That we can't get another thing, but I wanted to show it off in case you bother to come all the way over here. You get nothing for your efforts. Where's... Oh, there you are. Yeah, we don't have a 4X game in Warhammer 40k, I don't think. If I'm wrong. And we don't have a dating sim. And I don't think we have a sports game. For the record, I do not count Armada 2 as a 4X game. That's a 4X Lite. That's what I'm thinking of. Chapter Master. Never mind. Another game I have not played. I love you, Papa Nurgle. What? the way the boils burst on your tongue. Apparently there's also... I didn't think Blood Bowl was actually... No. I'm actually aware of Blood Bowl, I just didn't think that was... Get in the frickin' building.
We reach their ranks.
Go ahead.
Without hesitation.
I don't know much about Gladius.
The enemy is destroyed.
I know most of these games are old and I can't get running. Because I think like every one you've just mentioned has been suggested at some point or another.
Tactical squad to the doors.
Probably not, Sean. I don't even know when I'm going to see it at this point. Alright, so we've gotten some beacons, we've gotten some stuff, but honestly, I think we're fine. We're fine. Okay, fine. Let's get some reinforcements, because we are actually low, and we are about to fight a boss.
Honor and the Emperor.
So Gladius is a 4X light. Well, hang on. Let me walk that back, because when I think of 4X lights, I think of something like Empire of War, or Gothic Armada. So is Gladius a 4X light, or is it just a simplistic 4X game?
Hostile movement up ahead, brothers.
Reposition.
Be vigilant.
That's a lot of stuff. That is all getting bowled over.
I won't do it! Fire!
Wow, that took you a long time to kill that guy. Yeah, Sins of a Solar Empire would be another 4X light. It's not really a 4X, it's kind of its own thing. This. They are not moving to that attraction position. That's okay, just chill for a second. Just do your thing.
Command is under attack.
Okay, fine.
Get back!
Tactical squad, return fire. Hostile squad eliminated.
What would you want, Luke? If you don't mind my asking. See, I know what I want from Sins of a Soul Empire. I want it in Star Wars. Sorry. Oh, story. Yeah.
How can we serve?
Hashtag relatable. I'm just gonna poke my head out here. Oh my god, there's orcs. What do I do? They shoot me. Aw, they are super not budging. Okay, well, I'm a tank for reasons. You!
Moving to that position.
Get out there. And do this. You go ahead and do this. You just unload. Just unload into that nonsense.
More corpses.
I don't know. Is there a Warhammer 40k mod for Stellaris? That's a good question.
Tactical
Scouts
squad.
here, without hesitation.
Destroy them.
All guns, open fire!
I need to reinforce you.
This way, brothers.
Weapons.
I mean, I know there's a Star Trek and there was a Star Wars one. I don't know if it still
We will
is
take it.
at this point. Because the Star Wars one, I know development kind of stalled there for a while. I know the Star Trek one's still going and is still going strong.
Strategic
And
point
I can even
captured.
recommend it because it's awesome.
Understood.
There you go. Okay. Do we have, like, quick saves? We don't have the ability to save at all. No mid-mission saves. Oh. That's interesting.
How can
Is the word I'm going to use for that. Well, there was one Star Wars mod for Stellaris I was keeping track of, and like I said, it just kind of died. But what often happens, for those of you not aware, because Rax obviously knows, is that, a mod will die and then someone else will pick it up and be like, hey, so this is the, the new fork or new branch or whatever you want to call it of the old such and such. run. Or the old such and such mod.
Avitus under attack.
You can probably see why I wanted one melee-focused guy and why I'm going with me. Because you kind of need someone to get stuck in there while everyone else is just holding back, doing their thing.
Back up lively!
Also, variety usually is good, so, you know, yay. I have not. No, Logue.
Devastator Marines ready for combat. Destination confirmed.
It's okay. There is a purpose in fighting the orcs. Fun! Oh, you mean for other species, right. Also fun!
Heading out.
See, what we need to do, we need to come full circle someday, Rack. We need to have a Stellaris mod for our wars. That'd be legit. Never happening, but that'd be awesome.
Heading there. Adjust your positions.
I mean, what else do the Space Marines do for fun?
Set up firing positions in those windows. Entering the building. Cover. The enemy is destroying the structure.
You got through me, boys, did ya?
Boss time.
Guess I got to kill you myself.
Target sighted.
So this is a Nob.
Your death, Greenskin.
Grenade!
Because Nobs really should be boss mobs by themselves. This health bar. Bosses usually have abilities, and we're gonna zoom out so I can see what the hell I'm doing.
Unleash all fury upon them! We need to change position!
Look alive, brothers. Outside, now.
We shall return it! Tactical Marines awaiting
Position, right position. Get back in cover.
formation, brothers. Go! We need to change position. Reposition.
No fancy kid gonna save ya.
Formation, brothers. Go! Tactical Marines ready. Avitus. Incoming fire.
Yeah.
It'll come off with just a twist.
That's sort of my job, is to tank.
Readiness is all. Weapons ready.
Scatter! Enemy shockwave coming!
Tactical squad repositioning. Target those greenskins. Incoming fire!
Yeah, all of these have a lot of health. This is something that will get irritating later, trust me.
Commander. Scouts here. Still moving to do not fall, brothers.
Devastators under enemy attack.
And we're also on easy, by the way.
Enemy has this place targeted. This is
What? I'm not boss no more. Ah, zog it. The orc scum is dead at last.
ready for extraction, Commander.
This victory will long be remembered in the halls of glory.
Oh yeah, they rank you too, which also changes your actual experience gains. That's cool.
Good work, Commander. Gutwrencher's death has scattered his orc band. I am deploying a team to search the orc remains for clues as to who is agitating them.
Have we received any additional word from the neighboring sector, Captain?
No, we have lost all contact with them.
What could possibly take out the communications network of an entire sector in a few days?
We will have to investigate, but the defense of Calderis must come first. Commander, deploy to the surface as soon as your squads are ready.
When a lot of communication arrays secured in a sector determines what special assets you get during defend missions. Remember that. That's going to come up later. But yeah, we took that one, so we have that defense spot, and that's actually it at the moment. So let's level really quick. We're just going to keep focusing on the damage. Be not like the lion who leaves a viper to guard his den and is surprised to find serpents there upon his return. Engraved with blessings by Castellan Draco of the Black Templars, this armor was gifted to the Blood Ravens after their victories during the Vespa Crusade. It is said to confer a potent fragment of Draco's own zeal. And that's actually all we're going to go for right now. Yeah, sorry. Gifted. The cover system. I'll think about it here. I'll write it down as a question mark. Do we have a pistol? Oh, we do actually have a pistol, my bad. The Pistol of Baal. The Crimson Teardrop, icon of the Blood Angel's chapter, is carved into the grip of this Mark III bolt pistol. Blood Raven Armorer's claim. This dates from a ceremonial exchange of arms between the two chapters in M37. Blood Angel archivists have no records of any such exchange. I don't know who the Salamanders are, Ogenix. I mean, I know that they burn things and that they're good people. Because apparently they're the ones I would like. And that's about all I know. Who are you? Ah, yes, you're my tank. Sound design in general? Leaning towards positive. We should drop that under viscerality and sound design, which are kind of the same thing. Ah, and back pain. My personal favorite. Ah, there we go. I do like burning stuff. Yes. Yes. Burning. Oh, sorry. Screw it. Just gonna commit. Just gonna commit. Put on the Purity Seal so we can have higher accuracy. Because of course I'm going to give that to Avitus. Cyrus, you're here. This weapon gained its name after a squad of scout initiates under the leadership of Cyrus used shotguns and infiltration techniques to ambush and eliminate 6 Devastator squads during a training regimen on Brackman's demise. I will have to show off the churn mechanic at some point. Okay.
Commander, the Orcs have struck another critical target. The Orc raiding parties are led by a Nob named Skykiller. This Nob leads a squad of Stormboys, Orcs equipped with primitive jump packs. Stormboys are especially ruthless Orcs that can strike quickly and escape before reinforcements arrive. Eliminate Skykiller. This will buy us valuable time and may uncover who is guiding these Orcs.
Cyrus ready. Steve Blum mode engaged. Wig splitter. Wait. That poor wig. No! Destructible terrain. Oh, yeah, speaking of which, the cover system. What do you call that? Really, I'm tired. I was just talking about it. The go into thing system. Occupy? No, help me out. What's the damn word? Garrison. Thank you.
Enemy location flagged on the map, Commander.
We will blaze a trail of blood straight there.
Keep boasting, and the blood will be ours.
Inside.
Devastator Marines ready for combat.
Under attack. The enemy is destroying location. Scouts here. Still engaged. Quickly. Misguided. Tactical squad. Return fire. Tactical risk.
Nuts to yours!
Around to Unix. Good one. That would be an interesting component. Send melees in to deal with, you know, someone who's garrisoned. Is that in Company Heroes?
Avitus.
Tarkus awaiting orders.
We need only a word.
Yeah, when does Chaos show up? That's a good question. We're fighting Orcs. We all know exactly how this goes.
Out.
Our weapons are ready.
Cyrus here. Greenskin activity.
Hostiles purged.
You're out, Dakota. Have a good night.
Get to that position.
Move quickly.
Moving up.
Direct our raft.
Why, yes, you can throw grenades over a wall. Thank you for asking.
Foe is engaging at range. This way.
I won't do it!
I mean, honestly, ditto. And not just because I dislike Chaos. Although, in the interest of fairness, I do dislike Chaos. But even if I didn't dislike Chaos, the fact that they like to lean on, oh, it was secretly Chaos all along, is just a little bit, after a while.
Fortifications are under assault.
Enemy troops destroyed.
At least in the video games. I don't know how they do it in the books, and obviously I don't care. Bye.
Hostiles purged.
You thought you were fighting the Orcs, but it was me, Zinch, who talks like that, obviously.
Let fly.
Honestly, ditto Lola Moss. And I'm pretty excited for Space Marine 2. Hopefully it won't cause me horrific problems getting the damn thing runnable.
Return fire.
I don't even know what else to say about that, honestly.
Repositioning. Vigilant. Orc target destroyed.
Actually, yeah, that's a great example, Kara White Noise. Chaos is a lot like the Joker. It's... Honestly, it's the same problem with the Space Marines, if I can be blunt. And a lot of things in a lot of other fiction. It's the reason why we always focus on the freaking European fronts in World War II stories. Everybody likes the popular stories, and so they focus on the popular stories. They focus on the things that are going to sell. And this is extraordinarily common, to the point of being ridiculous, honestly.
Readiness is all.
Say it
Weapons
now
ready.
before the cleansing begins.
We can get another comm station to help out with the rest of the sector, because I've played this game before. Let me move you up here.
Field generators are deploying now, Commander.
Yeah, yep, Jedi in Star Wars, another good example. Andor was such a breath of fresh air. Not just because it's a good show, though that certainly helps, but because of the fact that it wasn't focused on the Jedi and the Sith.
Tarkus reporting.
What, making it turn-based, Yura? I can see that. I know Takoida isn't here to plug for it, but let me just say very firmly that I am hugely in favor of more XCOM games and Warhammer 40k. I loved Mechanicus. That was just... oh, that was awesome. And not just because it's a turn-based game, it's because it was a good one.
Be vigilant.
Oh, Dragon Age 1? Well, that's easy. Check it out! Paused! Just got stretched from all that. No, I'm joking. It's not actually what you're talking about. What you're talking about is being able to pause, give orders, and then unpause. There's actually a term for that. It's called real-time with pause. No points for guessing why it's called that. I mean, obviously I have it, Linnea Ruth. I haven't had time to do anything lately at all. Yeah, I don't like to fall into the trap of a great soundtrack equals a great game. Something I've noticed a lot of people fall into the trap of. But I would be lying if I said Mechanicus soundtrack didn't demonstrably increase my enjoyment of that game. Yeah, that sounds pretty cool, Scion, admittedly. But, you know, it'd be even cooler. No Force users whatsoever. That is true, Crazy Nurse.
Tactical Marines ready. Habitus. Understood. Let fly.
Answer, go to position.
There you go. Back off, back off, back off.
Orc target destroyed.
Because it's a good Star Wars show that's not about the Force, Linnea Ruth. It's literally what I just said.
How can we serve? This is Habitus.
Yeah, we're good. I'm gonna grab the beacon. Not worth my time. Let's go fight a boss. I have not seen Andor. I feel like I just said that. I haven't watched anything.
Our weapons are ready. Adjust your positions. Heading there now.
How do I know if it's good? Hey Rax, is Andor good?
The chapter's
I'm coming down on this, but you'll always be beneath me feet! Move in for the kill!
Oh, okay, my bad. I'm sorry. It's not actually a good show. It's a phenomenal show. That's on me. I'll take ownership of that.
Nothing can save this!
Do not let him escape. Melee fighters have pinned down. Habitus purge the green skin. Destroy them.
Brace yourselves for me, bomb!
I feel like you're just picking at hairs at this point, Linnea. There's a reasonably good chance that Andor is, in fact, a good show.
I'm bringing the hammer down!
enemy has a
Over there. Kill their commander.
And regardless of whether it's a good show or not, it is still a breath of fresh air, so my statement hasn't changed. Out of the way. No, don't go through it. Don't go... Okay, fine. Go directly through it. That's exactly what I wanted out of that. Thank you.
In melee. Cannot slip away.
And your death!
This way.
I have a degree of faith in some of the people who've watched it and say it's a really good show. And I am looking forward to watching it myself someday. And giving it all the negative. I'll just eat that on the face after this. Okay, don't eat that. Don't eat that.
Show me your fury!
This way, brother.
Repositioning.
Interesting idea for the rewrite, Scion. I'll have to consider it. It would have to be, like...
Under attack.
Yes! Kira White Toys.
Like I lived! Loud, fast, and dangerous!
Enemy destroyed, Commander.
Another greenskin dead.
Make ready for extraction.
How do they retrieve the drop pods in 40K?
Battle.
You know, they shove them down from the ship, and then how do they get them back? They don't. Bonus question. Where do they build those? And get the materials for constantly building those? How do they get them from Mars to wherever they are?
Well done.
I want to know the specifics of the logistics, damn it.
Among the remains of Skykiller and Gutwrench's orcs. Both had recently visited Fellhammer Mine in the mountains outside Argus. Whoever is stirring up the orcs must be using Fellhammer as a base of operations.
Excellent. The time has come to crush the orcs like a bug. But first, after becoming the first Blood Raven to combine the roles of Chief Librarian and Chapter Master in M37, Azaria Vidya was gifted with a mighty suit of Terminator armor fashioned for him. The power armor he left behind was adorned with litanies of his past victories and modified for use by non-psychic Space Marine. Vidya. I don't know what else to add to that, honestly. Forged just before the Vesper Crusade, this heavy bolter is the absolution of death to the enemies of man. Devian Thule himself wielded this weapon during the assault of the Black Abbey at the climax of the Crusade. Let's see. Looks like exactly the same as my existing one, except a chance of recovering health on hit, so we'll go ahead and equip that. That's Avitus you just did, Avitus Laura. Yeah, who too goes around and grabs the parachutes, Django? These are questions that need... Okay, so funny story. There was a story arc that was inspired by TIE Fighter, the game, set in Star Wars, that a friend of mine and several other friends of mine were working on for a while there. It was entirely about a scavenge crew. And the whole idea was that there was a regular, a non-stop, like, infrastructure and logistics chain of people who would just follow, like, you know, big space battle, and then the rebels move on, and then the Empire moves on, and then the salvagers show up. And it's all legal. Like, they sell almost all the stuff right back to the Empire. And it was actually such a cool idea that it stuck with me ever since. It's back in the 90s, whenever TIE Fighter came out. And this has stuck with me ever since. And I love the concept. It came from the strategy guide, I think. No, I'm wrong. it came from this book, actually, I think. Holy crap. Hang on. Yes, it's still right next to my desk. What? I'm pretty sure it actually is from this, but it was still about the same era. Because I was reading this a lot at that point in my life. Whatever, I'm going to stop boring you with that, but I'm curious of something now. Now you're going to get bored even more. That's what I thought. 94. Yeah, that sounds about right. Anyways. Sure, we'll put that on Tarkus. Why not? Just for fun. Just for funsies. The true enemy.
Commander, the time has come to strike at our true enemy. Whoever has been provoking and guiding the Greenskins is holed up at Fellhammer Mine on the outskirts of Argus. We believe that Mech Badzappa, the orc who escaped us when you first arrived on Calderas, is also headed for the mine. You and your squads will drop south of Fellhammer and push north. Strength and firepower will pay greater dividends than stealth. For this reason, Sergeant Cyrus will remain aboard the Armageddon and provide mission support.
Oh, thanks. Cool. So I just get less people. You realize Cyrus has a gun, right? Oh, yeah, I should write that down.
Who's that in the sky?
You see something? Guess not. I mean, okay. Fair enough, Meat Fist.
Tactical Marines awaiting orders.
Eliminate the orcs.
Move north up the valley, Commander. Get to Fellhammer Mine and find out who is stirring up the orcs.
It was me. It was me. I just wanted to write proper warg.
Movement on the ridge.
Oh my gosh, it's the guys from the freaking intro cinematic.
Those were no
That's
orcs.
another reason to not like the intro cinematic, by the way. It spoils like crazy, which is honestly kind of irritating, as it always is.
Convoy. The orcs slaughtered them.
We will avenge them. Keep moving. Orc gunners on the ridge! Get to cover!
Bloody knife he is.
Fury from the sky!
I'd do something, but there's a cutscene happening. So anyways, here's the other best unit in the game.
Adjust your position.
That's a lie. There's a third one, too.
Sergeant Thaddeus, reporting for duty, Commander.
Did you have a pleasant rest, waiting for the most dramatic moment to strike?
Good to see you too, Avitus. Commander, my squad can use our jump packs to land right in the middle of those gunners.
So,
No match for us in close combat.
this is what they do. I lean on them a lot.
Eliminated. Commander, there is a communications array nearby that we should secure for the chapter. Strategic assets like these grant us combat advantages and allow us to more easily reinforce in the field.
I will run a scan on their defenses. Commander, the orcs are well entrenched at the main entrance. A frontal assault would be unwise. A jump, some grenades, and we're in, Cyrus.
And right in the sights of the whole orc horde.
I love Thaddeus gameplay-wise, Loke, to be very clear. The jump jets are just... oh god, they're amazing. They're the best.
At your command. Destination confirmed.
Then again, I also like Avitus gameplay-wise, so what the hell do I know? There they go. Just say, you coming? Oh, apparently you are
Tarkus
not.
awaiting orders.
This is
Your orders!
Repositioning.
Advancing. Relocating. Hostile forces spotted.
Full assault then! Strike hard and true!
Tactical squad, return.
Yeah, this would be suicide on hard. Trust me, I know. And yeah, those guys, you notice he's already taking a lot of damage.
Reposition. Mark.
He's only been out in open field for, what, 5 seconds? Yeah, we should show off the auto retreat button at some point.
Go. Show our strength.
But yeah, the jump jet guys, they're glass cannony, which has varying amounts of use.
Assault Marine, fall back to a secure position.
So, that's the run button. Notice they run faster. You also lose control of them. I'm not actually sure how far they're going to run, but they're going to run. Wait a minute. Why am I... Oh, that's why.
Marines awaiting
Get up
orders.
there.
Destination confirmed. Reposition.
So, they go all the way back to the nearest point you've taken. That's what it was. Okay.
Assault squad repositioning. Under suppression.
Really, Scion? That's funny.
Make it ours.
So anyways, capture the communications array. Those tutorials. I'll be honest, I don't use the auto run button all that often. That's why I didn't even remember where it ran them
This is
to.
Thaddeus. Right away. How can we serve?
I am, of course, a proud follower of the Emperor, so why would I ever run?
Excellent, Commander. This array will provide us with valuable combat intelligence in future operations.
Fellhammer Mine is close by, Commander.
Area secured.
This is Abatus. Adjust your positions.
Repositioning. Coordinates fixed.
You know, now that I'm thinking about it, so Hard Space Shipbreaker is kind of a salvage game, right? How cool would it be to play that in Star Wars? And, like, you could do story stuff with that, too, right? Even depending on which era you decide to set it in.
Trouble. These are the Orc guards killed where they stood. Someone else has gone through here.
Like, you remember that brief snippet in Jedi Fallen Order where we're going through the Venator? Imagine trying to pull through, you know, a Venator, or what's left of a Venator. And, actually, yeah, von Falkenstein. Oh. It's my ankle. I don't know if you heard that.
Advancing.
Swiftly,
And there would be like a,
before the humans arrive.
I don't know if like a,
Allow one obstinate orc to derail the Fascia's.
I don't know if I'd call it like a faction system or a politics system, but imagine having to juggle as the salvagers who you sell what to. Because you're almost always going to get more money from people like, you know, the underbelly sorts or the Rebel Alliance who are well funded. But that might cause some problems, and you get the idea, right? This looks safe.
You get spooled, Skykiller and Gut-Wrencher. But me cyborg eye says you ain't even orcs at all!
Now the humans join the fray, I see. The fools cannot see the true threat facing us all.
What? Rackfist, not Space Marines too! Time to leg it!
Eldar, and a warlock leads them. Commander, the Eldar must be the ones who have been stirring up the orcs.
No! Sorry. Yeah, I know. It's Eldar! I mean, even if the intro cinematic didn't spoil the ever-living snot out of that. Still upset about. Come on. Of course it's the Eldar. Who else would be doing this?
Stewards in this sector.
And of course the Eldar are gonna be like, there's a greater threat. Are you gonna tell us what it is? No! We are the Eldar! Okay, that's cool. Listen. Oh no, I can make it show up easily, I just usually don't, Hero. I usually prefer there to not be a cursor. Why? Don't you like just seeing the dots everywhere? No, we are the Eldar, we're just messing with your ball. Oh, okay, cool. It's good to know. You know, it's like, it sets the bar, you know what I mean? Go do that. I mean, you could say that D20 Archon, but that's really a terrible excuse. That's the Star Trek excuse all over again. Oh, you are insignificant compared to me, for you are nothing to me, blah, 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 blah. Like, that doesn't excuse it. It doesn't make it any better. It just makes them dumb. I refer to my aunt argument.
Tactical squad, return fire. It's done. Move on. Press the assault, brothers.
I love watching them go flying out there.
Killing or dying frightens me.
Receiving fire.
Maybe it should.
Feel my wrath, humans.
Devastating war powers.
Don't get stuck in, would you?
Feel the force of a disciplined mind.
You have a disciplined mind, are you sure?
And so we dally on the threshold of apocalypse.
Or you could use your words. You want to treat me like a 3-year-old, I'll treat you like a 3-year-old. Use your words.
You, the leader, suffering measure to your authority.
Take out that Eldar.
Foolish, lying humans. The Orcs could have slowed them down. Given us time. You have doomed us all.
To what?
All you wish, Eldar. We stand, and you have fallen.
Zeal and fury are rewarded with victory.
Tartarus. Sergeant Mattel of the Bloodraven's 3rd Company engraved this sword's guard with the name of the orc-infested world he and his brother set about liberating. Mattel died on Tartarus, but his blade continues the fight in other hands. They really, really do like to play the pronoun game. And if I'm being honest, that's probably going to be a negative. We're going to jot that down. Eldar and the pronoun game. They also like to play don't spit it, just can't spit it out, which is another problem the Eldar have. Thank you, Twister. Always appreciate. Remember to support the Tyranid Preservation Initiative. Adopt a Tyranid today. Our Gene Stealer cults are ready and willing. So that's going towards Dungeons 3 and Homeworld block. You get, I don't actually know the names of the Tyranids. Don't worry, we'll figure that out very quickly.
This is a grave development, Commander. The Eldar are evidently provoking and influencing the Orcs. Their involvement is hardly good news.
They claim to be stirring up the Orcs to combat a common threat. What could that be?
I would not put much stock in what the Eldar say. They are deceitful and manipulative by nature.
That they are, Tarkus, but the Eldar aren't fools. The warlock you defeated may have been guiding the Orcs here on Calderis, but he was only one part of a larger plan. We are receiving reports that the Eldar are stirring up the Orcs on the nearby Typhon system. The Armageddon will take you to Typhon, so you can engage the enemy there. I will relay all distress signals we receive from Typhon back to you.
Cool. We have gained access to a new map, but before we do that, what do we got here? While fighting against the Imperial God and Cronus is something the chapter and the Imperium as a whole would rather forget, tell me about it. A fragment of a journal from the 102nd Company of the First Cronus Liberators was found dealing a bolt pistol with a distinctive report the writer called the Sound of Doom itself stalking our men. Hang on, that's yeah, we'll just go with that. We'll go with that. Ooh, yes. Go with that. Oh, actually, no, right. Those take up. Yeah, we're not getting rid of those. Oh, that's stupid. More melee fun. Who are you? Thaddeus. Oh, right. You can also kind of tell which builds they want you to do because of how limited some of their bars are. Let's do this. Let's actually make them a little tanky because they are glass. Just glass. So I'm gonna ask the stupid question. How, Lilimus? Like, it won't even let me do this. So that doesn't work. Okay. Just click on their portraits. Right. So I don't see their portraits here. And clicking their portraits there doesn't do anything. I feel like I'm being lied to. Oh, there they are. Jesus Christ. I honestly didn't even see that. It was... Okay, in my defense, it's right next to where my OBS is, so it looked like it was part of the OBS preview, so I didn't actually process that that was actually a thing. I was just like, what? There's nothing there! Yeah, sure. Oh, you like the squad size of 4? Because I don't. That's honestly probably its own negative. Alright, what do we got here? That's... The Blood Ravens chapter armory entrusted this heavy bolter to Sergeant Bryn when he became a second of the chapter's brothers to serve in the Inquisition's Death Watch. Upon its return, the weapon had seen so much terrible combat it received the blessings of 3 Inquisitors. Named in honor of the Blood Raven's conquest of the capital city of Cronus and defeat of the treasonous Imperial Guardsmen there. This weapon has a dark reputation among the chapter's battle brothers. Some whisper that the death cries of the Guardsmen of Cronus can be heard when the weapon spews its hail of bolts. So I should show this off a little bit. You can just gain X for the person in question. It's a good way to help people catch up and to make old war gear still useful. So we can just be like, hey, have it just level up some more. You know, stuff like that. And then there's Cyrus. Nobody likes Cyrus. And we're done with Cyrus. Okay. Even when a claw punctured his chest, he did not scream. The Space Marine just grimaced, jabbed the sniper rifle into the eye of the giant creature, and pulled the trigger. We all thought we were dead when the Carnifex showed up, but his sacrifice saved our entire company. Is it Global X? Easy way to check. 861. 899. Never mind, it is actually global. Never mind. There's all that DLC gear I just have for some reason. Hey, we leveled. That's a good question, Meat Fist. Probably a decent chunk. I have some armor, dude. So, space mode.
Commander, this is the Armageddon's navigation display. From here, you can review data on the planets of the Aurelian subsector. You can also order the Armageddon to initiate warp travel to one of these worlds. When you are ready, initiate travel to the Typhon system.
So, the more communications array you have, the better assets are available during defense missions. Imperial Shrines, if you have 6 or more of them, you increase the bonus experience received after completing a mission. The Foundries secure all of them in order to lower thresholds for multiple deployments. Yeah, ignore how often we're going to warp around here, because we're going to be doing it a lot. Just killing people left and right. See you around, Lilimoss. Hope to see you tomorrow. Oh no. The communications array is under attack. We have got new defense missions. Alright, so. Oh, they're not actually out. Never mind. They're over here. Never mind, okay. Ignore me. We're not at the defense missions yet. We'll get there, Now there's some Eldar. I do like killing Eldar. I love killing Eldar. Yes, yes. Excuse me.
Commander, the Greenskins continue to attack vulnerable targets. A communications array has come under attack from an Orc horde. They seek to loot and destroy this important structure. These arrays improve our communications across the subsector and allow us to monitor enemy movements. We cannot afford to lose that advantage.
I feel like this is the tutorial for the defense missions. Yeah, me. Oh, other way. Avitus. My boy.
The Orc assault is about to begin, Commander. The Greenskins will target the generators powering the array. If those fall, the relay will be theirs.
Our weapons are ready. Brothers.
Tactical Marines awaiting orders. Reposition. Coordinates fixed. Aerial Orcs are firing on us!
Adjust your position. One of our generators is under attack. Come on, aliens! Show me your fury! Target destroyed.
Target here. That enemy has us in close combat.
Just splitting up a little bit. Commander will charge into the bridge with Avitus backing him up. We'll send Thaddeus down here.
Aerial.
Marcus to back him.
Redeploy.
Agreed, Scion. Felt like it wasn't a pretty desert, but, you know.
Orders.
The enemies destroyed the key structure.
Cut those aliens down. Orc target destroyed. Thaddeus here. It is done. Move on!
Now, what really gets you in these missions is being greedy. Tempted. I do like the fact that it gives you a little bit of an idea where they're coming from. Not that that's going to change my strategy at the moment, but it is a nice little bit of info.
Tactical Marines awaiting.
This is Aventus.
Actually,
The enemy is here, Commander.
that's what I was thinking, so.
Greenskins!
No more!
Hostile squad eliminated. Tactical Marines. Your orders!
Shoot! Shot! Shoot! Devastator. Ready to come. Quick!
Now that they're pulled into the killing fields.
Key structure. Return fire, brothers!
It is done. Move on. Thaddeus here.
Devastators under enemy attack!
Why not? Oh. Okay, here we go.
Greenskin eliminated.
The enemy is here, Commander.
Orcs are firing on us.
The enemy infests a shrine to the Emperor. We must eliminate them and retake the shrine.
Commander, the choice is yours. But this will cost us time.
Oh, yeah. Okay, what I'm doing right now is actually kind of stupid.
Readiness is all.
Back up.
Grenade!
Aventus under attack!
Cox, your orders. Into them. Engage jump pack. It is done. Move on. Foul greenskin.
Take position in here. Get ready to repel any attackers.
Our fortifications are under assault.
Tarkus here. Enemy has us in close combat.
Tactical squad.
Correct, Trihexian. Arguably a direct sequel from Dark Crusade. Although, its plot has nothing to do with either. So that's whatever. That's weird. Do you see that? The rain, like, collecting on the air there?
Orcs are firing on us. Tactical squad. Return fire.
Yeah.
Where we need it. Deploying.
Another enemy crushed.
Engage Oh, greenskin! Enemy bridge destroyed.
One of our generators is under attack.
Tactical squad.
Formation, brothers.
Orcs are firing on us! Thaddeus here! Press the assault, brothers! It is done! Move on!
Well, what they do, Lineruth, is they get a giant rock, and they attach a bunch of rockets to it. I'm not making this up.
Weapons ready. Brothers, we go.
Thaddeus reporting in.
The shrine stands secure. Holding it will make us stronger in battle.
Field generators are deploying now, Commander. Additional generators will not be available until your next deployment.
Orcs are firing on us!
Our weapons are ready.
Yeah, sometimes they just salvage existing ships. Or whatever they can find, really. There.
Our assault squad is taking losses.
Ah, I see what's happening.
There! Under suppression!
Yeah, together.
Our fortifications are under assault.
Return fire. Enemy troops. Acknowledged. What's wrong? Armor not enough for ya? Orders for us. What's the attack? Orcs are firing on us.
Assault squad.
Under attack. Relocating. A few less green skins.
Coordinates fixed.
Damn knobs. How do they get spacesuits? No, they're orcs. They don't care about space.
Do we have a new target? Relocating.
None can
we
stop the
Yay.
crusade of the righteous.
Ooh. Yeah, I just there we go. I can now breathe in space because I'm an orc. It's yeah, they're orcs. It's okay. It's a gas mask.
Excellent work, Commander. Losing that array would have been a devastating blow in our fight to save the sector. Losing it to the orcs would have been particularly painful, since their plan was to loot it for parts.
That would have been a blow. No arrays of this type have been made in 2 millennia.
That is correct, Sergeant. We no longer have the technology to make these arrays. Losing one is a blow the Imperium never fully recovers from.
As you know.
It still remains unclear what the Eldar hope to gain by provoking the orcs. Whatever their purpose, the Eldar are using all their trickery to disrupt communications outside the sector. We are uncertain how they are managing this, but our astropaths describe their interference as a shadow across the warp.
A shadow across the warp. Those were their exact words?
Yes, those were their exact words, Cyrus. We have more immediate problems, however. Mech Badzappa is mounting another offensive on the capital, and I need to see to our defenses. Secure Typhon quickly. I could use you back here soon. Thule out.
Why so concerned with the ravings of astropaths, Cyrus?
No reason. I just hope that casting a shadow across the warp is an ability the Eldar truly have, for all our sakes.
Totally not foreshadowing. So we did excellently, which means we can do another deployment this day. Woo! I'm still building up to a story I'm going to tell at some point. But for now... Avitus is now level 5. Come on, game. Come on, there we go. What do we got here? Energy and energy regen, or... Death. Death! Yeah, there's a lot of can't spit it out in this campaign. It's not just the Eldar. Let's go with that. Come on, game. Okay.
Commander, we have located a substantial Eldar strike force. This force appears to be led by one of their so-called warp spiders. Warp spiders are capable of rapid teleportation, which may explain how the Eldar are monitoring the orcs on Typhon without being seen. Eliminate him, and uncover what you can of the Eldar plans on Typhon.
You know, you'd think the Eldar would eventually just die out. Like, aren't they literally dying as a species? Or am I misremembering that? That's a lot of rain. Okay, it's gone down in actual gameplay. Well, kind of. Look at that.
Commander, our scanners place the warp spider in the position marked on your map.
He will not stay there for long. We should move. Agreed, but watch for traps.
Okay. Good God, look at that.
Assault squad repositioning.
With me, brothers, and Habitus under attack. Tactical squad.
Moderate now.
It is done. Move on. Your orders. Engage jump. Move! Grenade!
Box open. This way. Enemy has us pinned. Use a grenade. Another hit.
Thaddeus here. Taking it.
There it is. I actually lost my mouse in the rain there for a second.
It is done. Move on. Aerial assault. Take out. Engage by Eldar. Grenade. It is done. Move on.
With me.
Okay.
Advance.
Yeah, I'm sure this looks great on stream.
Command.
Prepare.
Spot.
Acknowledge.
Show me your tactical squad. Return fire.
Technical size, Ross?
A critical manufacturing facility lies nearby. Capturing it will allow us to deploy more rapidly.
I'm not a big fan of Banshees.
Aerial assault. Go!
Show me your fury.
Hi, Jake Palmer.
Assault squad. Engage.
Tactical squad. Return fire. One less Eldar to play.
It is done. Move on.
Yeah, it is possible to get a projector with good input delay. It's a little pricey. That didn't happen.
Preparedness is all.
I'm kind of glad I didn't do it in hindsight. I kind of prefer having this monitor.
Target killed.
Crush them.
Destroy them.
Noticeable even when just navigating Windows levels of delay. Is what I was getting.
How can we devastator?
Oh yeah, no, I know Super Metroid inside and out. That was
Destroy it.
untenable.
Target destroyed.
Take your position, brother.
We get it? We got it. Okay.
This is how can we
Thaddeus reporting in. Coordinates fixed.
It's about this wide. How's that? Yeah, that's what I thought. See, now I'm just not doing what you say to do out of spite, Von Falkenstein, if you haven't picked up on that.
Time to redeploy.
Which, of course, you know. Which is why you're doing it, because you're trying to make this a hard mode for me.
Repositioning.
Do the Metroid games have a continuing story? Kind of? That's gonna be my answer to that question. Like, the Prime games have nothing to do with anything, but are very well connected to themselves. Metroid 1 and 2 and Super kind of form a trilogy within each other. And then Fusion and Dread are... Actually, I'm going to walk that back. Fusion kind of loosely connects to everything. And then Dread is a follow-through of 2, the remake, and Fusion. But yes, I would say it's absolutely restarting at the beginning, although make sure you play the remake, because it's a lot better.
Give the word.
Make ready, brothers.
Our weapons are ready. Adjust your positions.
Tactical squad.
We have our orders.
Hostile forces spotted.
Ignore Ross. Do not play the NES version.
Close and engage!
Under attack.
There is no remaster. Oh, I'm sorry. Remaster of what, J-Paul? That's an odd question to be asked. Metroid 1. So there is no remaster of Metroid 1. It does not exist. Which should answer your question. Move.
Tactical squad. Return fire. Target eliminated.
I mean, we're going to be doing that when we do the Metroid block. Wait, no we're not. Are we? I don't remember when we're doing that. We're doing that at some point. Are you? Okay.
It is done. Move on.
The Metroid block is funded, although it's not happening, even if, like, I somehow miraculously streamed every single game in the queue right now. Because I'm currently playing Chicken.
I understand its importance.
Direct our wrath and orders.
Repositioning.
Correct, Ross. I have no... Oh, God. Oh, God, look at the difference in that rain. I have no interest in playing Prime 2 or Prime 3 on the GameCube or the Wii. Not happening.
Commander.
I trust this was worth the effort.
It was. With this foundry in our hands, we can redeploy more quickly. Its beacon also allows for...
Oh, no, they're not bad games. I just...
Field generators are deploying now.
There's issues with streaming GameCube games and Wii games, and I hate Wii controls for FPSs. I want you to imagine playing the game like this. So, yeah, no, I'll just play Chicken with it.
It is
I've
done.
been playing Chicken with it for years. Oh, they're dead.
Formation, brothers. Go.
Receiving fire.
How you doing, Turkus? Ah, you're fine. Fine.
Coordinates fixed.
It's a good song, Django, but yeah, it's maybe it's just because of the jungle Typhon.
Fist.
You know, you joke about that, but that wouldn't surprise me much, Noctis.
Target destroyed.
Go scout a little bit, would you?
Have our orders.
Adjust.
Into them.
lost my mouse twice on this mission because of this freaking rain. Look at this. Look at this.
Destroyed.
I forget which movie it was. I was watching it behind the scenes of, and they're like, all right, we need to emulate rain. You mean minus saffron? Absolutely. Yes, Ross. And, it was funny because what they had was they had essentially a pipe and then several hoses, and they were just dumping water on this person. Like, imagine just having a hose and pouring water down on someone to make it look like rain. You know, to make it look like cinematic rain or whatever you want to call it. How do I want to deal with this? Let's move you forwards, and let's move you up here.
We go.
Go ahead and get set up. Let's poke the ranger, shall we? Oh no! They're attacking me! I didn't realize they would attack me! Damn, they're not taking the bait. Yeah, they never do. Alright, that's cool.
This is Thaddeus.
Go here. Go here. Go here.
Relocating.
Alright. Real talk, I've actually only played through Prime 2 and 3 once each. I do not know how well they would review. I'll tell you exactly how Prime 1's going to review. Very well, with a couple of hiccups right at the end. Prime 1 is a prime example of a game that starts off strong and then kind of gets worse as it goes on. No, that's not quite fair, because actually Prime 1 retains quality for quite a while. But the outro for Prime 1 is it's a little lacking.
Tactical Marines awaiting orders. Tactical squad reposition target acknowledged.
Oh, sorry, Von Falkenstein. I didn't mean to actually be picking up the potions. Spite mode engaged. See, the problem is, I've heard that before, Brax, but I usually hear that from speedrunners, and speedrunners usually value different things, you know what I mean? So, having so little personal experience with it, I have no idea what I would think of Prime 2. I will say this, Prime 2 does have... Whoa. My actual favorite armor in the entire franchise. Yeah, favorite armor in the entire franchise. The only one that comes close to that is the Dread armor. The final Dread armor.
There, go!
It's all for you, Von Falkenstein.
Enemy troops. Now's the time.
Hostiles purged.
Devastating.
We redeploy!
Biggest flaw of Super Metroid.
Heading for that cover.
The controls. They're probably not negative worthy, with one exception. There is actually a point at which we will be giving a negative to Super Metroid for controls. And I'll even show it off when we get there. I'll show off the specific spot and everything. Because I know I'm not the only person who got stuck in that pit and could not get out.
Relocating.
For, God, like half an hour. Which may not sound like a long time, but my fingers were hurting by the end of that. We're just cranked. All our graphics are cranked. Yeah. Whoops. Didn't fix anything. Cool. Back to cranking. Crank mode engaged. Oh yeah, Dread's controls was easily one of its best features. No question. That game was smooth.
Set up firing position there.
Assault squad on the way.
Reposition.
Coordinates fixed.
Yeah, I'm actually having trouble seeing. No joke. No lie. Like, again, I don't know what you're saying on stream, but this is nonsense. Where are you at? Oh, there we are. Oh no, it's a warp spider. No. Don't kill me.
There he is! Wait. Is he smiling?
Here you come, like good little prey. Now if you would just do me the further kindness of dying.
Vision is full of weird.
Try to wiggle out of this, worms.
Engaged by Eldar!
How can we...
Thaddeus here!
Heading out.
Reposition! Mark!
Damn it. Okay, fine.
Time to redeploy. Tactical squad, return fire.
There, the enemy commander.
He brings reinforcements. Eliminate them.
Another angle, I think.
Clear out of the way!
I believe it really did start as tabletop, although I could be wrong about that.
Orders. Take out that Eldar!
Started at Warhammer Fantasy, and then I believe it was 2 years later they switched over to 40k. And by switched over, I mean they started 40k. And 40k was just fantasy and space at first, and all sorts of other fun stuff.
Assault squad!
Tactical Marines ready. Orders.
I did not quite think this through. Come, surely you can do better.
Well, apparently I cannot.
Close and engage!
He brings reinforcements. Eliminate them.
I can't tell if you're joking or not, Chaco. I'm just picturing a bunch of people being like, alright, wait. What if we did Warhammer, but in space?
Close and engage!
Glug, glug, glug. I like it.
Tactical
It is done! Move on! Your orders!
Tactical squad.
It is the way of nature. A predator stumbles, and he becomes prey.
He considered us mere prey.
No longer.
Dawn of War 1 did not have bosses.
Beware.
You notice bosses are very common in Dawn of War 2. We've already fought, what, like 5? Super units are super units. And that's true, Sindri was a thing, but the boss's concept wasn't really a thing in 1. I would agree with you, Saffron. I remember when I first saw the bosses thing, and my first thought was, oh, cool! Then I fought the 57th boss, and it was slightly less
Excellent
cool.
work, Commander. Without warp spiders stirring up the orcs, Typhon is far more secure. Your victories against the orcs and Eldar have stabilized the situation on Typhon for the time being. Not all news is good, however. We are receiving numerous reports of local vegetation mutating, and attacks by hordes of leaping alien creatures.
These creatures, what do they look like?
Most of the reports are from citizens, Cyrus, and their fear makes for unreliable descriptions. I need you to return to Calderis as soon as possible. Bad Zappa's orcs have gathered for another major strike against the planetary capital. Without your support, I fear Calderis will fall.
How many people die every time we jump again? Random question. No reason. I'm just wondering. All right, so let's jump. Exact same cutscene. Thankfully skippable. Defense mission.
Commander, Mech Bad Zappa and his orcs are set to overrun Argus, the planetary capital. If they do so, all of Calderis will fall. I have set up a defense at the city gates, but the Initiates and Space Marines there need your support. You will drop south of their position and drive north to secure the gates. I have taken a few Space Marines to the east and have cut off the orcs' main approach. Calderis must not fall, Commander.
Good question, Jay Palmer. I doubt they've thought about it.
Boss, I think we threw a greedy thing. What? You kids can't do anything right! I'll have to fix it myself!
Fixed!
The enemy is here.
Eliminate those orcs!
Yumis, let's get shooting! Get these rock munchers off of me backside!
The orc
Hey, Walker.
leader. He's getting away.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Damn it, Cubic. I really hope we don't have a lot of warp travel in the game. Or, if by some miracle it's actually good, I hope it's actually good.
We are the Emperor.
Yeah, other than the Omega problem we had starting this game at all, the game has been running pretty smoothly and pretty, cleanly. And I've only had a couple of issues. The rain and, well, the control problem, which I, of course, have immediately run into. See you around, TSP. Yes, this is the BIOS thing. The oft-repeated.
Quick, this way, brothers. Show our strength. Jump to that.
Meet me storm boy. They're nasty. Kill these kids, boys! I'm heading for the Yumi base!
Thaddeus, taking cover!
No, that one. So keep attacking.
Cut those aliens down!
Commander, that orc is heading to lead an attack on the town gates. Pursue and eliminate him.
Working on it.
Relocating.
Tactical Marines awaiting orders.
Reposition, Thaddeus.
Can't save your camp now, you dinks!
To engage.
That is a predator. I want that predator.
Time to get out of here!
Assault Marines, prepare for war.
If Marcus falls, all of Calderas goes with it. You must prevent the orcs from breaching the city gates. Drive the orcs back.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not sure why they need help. Okay, we've got a base and a predator. We're good. We're good.
Unleash all fury upon them! Let's go! Orcs are firing on us!
Commander, Tarantula sentry guns are ready to deploy.
Good.
Relay positions and they will drop in to bolster your defense.
Also good.
It is done! Move on! To the fight, brothers!
Wait, my mission objective is to deploy turrets? Interesting. We're not going to do that, of course. Just to spite von Falkenstein.
Armor not enough for ya! Armor not enough! Ready for orders.
I was expecting some more resistance than literally nothing here, but whatever, I suppose. You go ahead and head back.
The enemy has destroyed an allied vehicle.
Don't you? Why is this unpassable terrain? You see that? No, of course you don't. Like, look. They cannot get in here. They can't jump in there. We actually have a term for that. We call those invisible walls. Where else do you want me to put them, game? Might as well just tell me.
Assault squad.
We're still in the tutorial, by the way, if it's not obvious. Yeah, they killed the Predator. Somehow, I wasn't looking. I was running into an invisible wall.
Assault squad repositioning. Engage jump packs. Seek and destroy.
Yep, we're about 3 hours in.
Orcs are pushing through our defenses, Commander. Drive them back.
Yeah, we're fine.
It is done. Move on.
The Greenskins are close to the gate.
Actually, yes it does, Walker. It also prevents me from doing a few other things. Which I'm just kind of living with for the time being.
Assault Marines.
Until we're done with Dawn of War 2.
Cut those aliens down.
I don't remember what SMT stands for, but it has to do with multi-threading. I also had to turn off a few cores.
Orcs are firing on us. It is done. Move on. Cut into the green skin.
Eliminate the rest of the orcs before they attack again, Commander.
What do you think I'm doing, dude?
Orcs are pushing through our defenses, Commander. Drive them back.
I'm gonna assume it's a problem for all of Dawn of War 2 and not even bother. So we're just gonna leave it that way until all of Dawn of War 2 is done.
Eliminate the rest of the orcs before they attack again, Commander.
Let them fall before us. Oh, green Rain fire upon us and
Orcs are pushing through our defenses, Commander. Drive them back.
You're really gonna do this, aren't you? Just gonna be that guy.
orcs are firing on us.
You saw that, right?
It is done.
Eliminate the rest of the orcs before they attack again, Commander.
Fine.
Tarantula sentry guns is under enemy attack. You lot have made a mess of all me plans! I don't appreciate that!
Reposition.
Yeah, I don't mess with overclocking for the most part. Oh, well, that's because I don't really need to.
Orcs are pushing through our defenses, Commander. Drive them back.
I swear to God.
Force fields up and I'm unstoppable!
Orcs are firing on us.
Run for your lives!
It is done. Move on.
Weapons ready.
Oh, makes the best bombs in the war!
Orcs are pushing through our defenses, Commander. Drive them back.
Here's a taste of me mega rumbler, you gits! The greenskin is causing an earthquake!
Rain fire upon us and we shall return its foul green skin.
The field is deadly up close. Attack from range.
Okay,
Target those greenskins.
if you insist.
How do you do? Aerial assault.
That is fair about 12%. In fairness, I'm gonna get rid of Thaddeus pretty much as soon as I can, which I think is gonna be a minute.
Greenskin proximity mines.
Oh, green skin.
You realize that's what I'm doing, right, Django? Why do you think I keep rotating between them?
There has been a reckoning, green skin.
blame you for not noticing because, like, for example, when I do this attack, it doesn't even look or sound any different. It's just... He's still shooting.
Enemy has us in close combat.
Never! I'll never join you.
Tactical range ready.
Do it in more category.
Assault squad, engage jump pack.
The sentry guns has been destroyed.
Oh, that's much too big an O to be in an orc like me.
Thule to all Blood Ravens. Prepare for emergency extraction to the Armageddon. We are facing far more than orcs or Eldar.
Commander, Captain Thule needs your aid. Deploy to his position immediately.
Oh, now can I go over here? Now that I'm allowed to?
Brothers, reposition. Have our orders.
I don't remember Tarkus that much, if I'm being completely honest. I remember someone else, which we haven't gotten yet. And Avitus, who was my carry. Whoop.
Prepare for combat. It is done.
I'm not actually joking. Avitus carried me through the campaign.
Xenos!
What are these random things?
More Xenos! Fight through to Captain Thule!
What were those things? A foe far deadlier than orcs or Eldar, Thaddeus.
Coming along, Clive.
Right away. It is done.
God, the Zerg have attacked. Thank God. Yeah, Cyrus really has really bad can't spit it out syndrome here.
There he is!
I have to ding this at this
I
point.
ordered all of you to extract, not to run to your deaths.
Well, fortunately, I don't follow your orders, so it's on you, buddy. Let me do a more defensive position, would you?
It is done.
Keep fighting! We are pushing them back!
No, we're not.
Kill every last one of them.
Come on, alien.
These are Hormigons.
Meteorite inbound on your position.
Meteorite?
You're right, Martellus. That is a Tyranid spore.
What?
It is done.
Tyranid warrior!
Okay, it's just one warrior. Why are you here? Why are you here? That is not where I told you to go. At all. That's not where I told you to go. Go. Oh my god. Oh my god, that makes so much sense. Cyrus is secretly an Eldar.
Captain Thule!
No, Thule. Can I have my controls back, please? Okay, cool.
The warrior beast is getting away!
Captain Thule, get to Captain Thule.
We have Captain Thule!
Thunderhawk 1, emergency extraction at relay coordinates. Thunderhawks 3 and 4, follow with bombing run, purification spread.
The Tyranids are attacking!
Avitus under attack.
Purge the alien. And may the Emperor be with us all.
Let our enemies beware, for victory is ours. We face our darkest hour. Captain Thule has fallen to aliens who have escaped retribution. A massive hive fleet looms over our recruiting worlds. But this battle is not over.
Well, time to play Dawn of War 3.
To the apothecary.
Hurry!
Calm yourself, Thaddeus. Gordian is already at work.
Commander, I am Apothecary Gordian,
Shouldn't I
Chief
know
of
that?
Medicine aboard the Armageddon. Captain Thule still lives, but he is in grave condition. Many of his vital organs and implants were destroyed, and an alien poison is attacking surviving tissues. I have placed Captain Thule in stasis to halt the poison's progress, but as of now, I have no means to counteract its effects.
Gordian had better prepare himself for more of us to require his tending.
You fear the aliens, Cyrus?
I know no fear, Avitus. But I am no fool. Those were Tyranids, alien monsters who strip worlds of all life. There are billions of them, and only a handful of us.
Have you faced these things before, Cyrus?
Once, a long time ago, when I served in the Death Watch. We are going to need all the help we can get to face this infestation. Even then, we will probably fail.
Commander, with your permission, I will attempt to raise the nearest of our chapter fleets. This may take some time, however. In the meantime, we need to secure Typhon before the rest of the Tyranid swarm arrives. Otherwise, our supply lines will be devastated. There is an Eldar raiding party that continues to wreak havoc on our defenses on Typhon. We should return to Typhon and eliminate those Eldar.
Thanks, Eldar. Appreciate you. I do like the visual of the hive landing over there. So, would I rather deal with Chaos or the Tyranids? Tyranids, 10 times out of 10. So, I'm going to finally explain something that I went through. Once upon a time, there was a young, naive lore. He had joy and happiness in him. But then he played this game. And he was like, wow, this is a great game. I'm enjoying myself greatly. This is fantastic. And so then he started playing Whack-A-Mole. That's what I'm going to call it because that's what it freaking is. For a long time. I don't remember how long. I just sat there like an ignorant idiot holding back the tide of the defense missions, which you're not supposed to be doing, by the way. I didn't find that out until years later. I just kept holding the line and doing defense mission after defense mission after defense mission, and I was doing them so well that I was getting extra deployments each mission so I can knock out the next few defense missions. But I was using all of my deployments doing nothing but defense missions over and over and over. That soured my experience with Dawn of War 2 substantially. And it got to the point where I was like, you know what? I'm good. Yeah, you only actually have to hold it for a couple of days. It's really pathetic. I was just mulching everything, thinking that that was the win condition. Like, I don't know what I was exactly thinking, but I was just like, all right, I got to push back. Okay, they took this spot, but I pushed back. Okay, they did, but I can push this back. Oh my god! And I got so sick of the defense missions. I got so sick of them. Finally, just beat the game and swore off of it, and haven't played it again until today. Meanwhile, I still don't have any commander abilities. Correct. Well, actually, I've played Dawn of War 3 very briefly on stream, only like the first couple of missions. But I have not played Retribution, and I have not played Chaos, whatever. In the Great Battle for Kronos, 2nd Company Sergeant Ulysses distinguished himself against the Necron menace, destroying a frightening monstrosity known as a pariah with his favored chainsword. Oh, excuse me. I do, Scion. I have, in fact, already given a positive for it. I admittedly don't remember a lot of the specifics of why Dawn of War 3 just didn't work for me. So I can't actually speak to that. No, don't hit that button. This button. And there's the infestation level. Of course. God, those are skippable. Oh yeah, I meant to do that really quick. Let's do that really quick. Dawn of War 2 does not actually have multiple factions. Excuse me. Dawn of War 2 Vanilla does not have multiple factions that I'm aware of. Gabriel who, Rama? Who's this? This is me. Yep. Okay. Mission. Looks like we'll be taking the shrine next time.
Commander, we have located the Eldar raiding party that threatens our supply lines between Typhon and Calderas. We have identified their leader as the dangerous Ranger Nemerian. He is apparently coming from an operation in Orc territory. This is our chance to cripple Eldar operations on Typhon. We may also uncover more of the Eldar's plans. I suggest we neutralize him immediately, Commander.
Absence of a positive, Icket. And yeah, we all know that you can't have like a hurricane or a volcano as a villain, Crazy Norse. That's crazy talk. Or Sharknado, if you're feeling spicy.
Eldar warriors have deployed to defend the target, Commander. They hope to cover his escape, no doubt.
This we cannot allow.
We will do everything in our power to kill people who, by all accounts, should be our allies, while Tyranids are actively invading. Because we have no brains, and neither do they! Death to brains!
Engage by Eldar! Relocating.
Okay, Tyranids. So, Tyranids.
Where we need it. Eldar, close and engage. Return fire, brothers.
You know, that's a good point, Zastel. It's actually really funny because I'm just as pissed at the Space Marines as I am at the Eldar, because everyone's stupid here. They're all dumb.
There, go!
Like, I don't know how else to put that. They're all dumb.
Destroy it.
Moving on.
Jump to that position. Tactical squad. Enemy has us pinned. Come on, aliens! Show me your fury! Eliminate the Eldar before they slip away.
Is what you need to Dawn of War. People being dumb? No, I think we've got a lock on that in real life. Any of the bigger small factions of Dawn of War who are not dumb.
One less Eldar. It is done. Move on. Under attack.
See, I was debating the Orcs, even though, you know, they're stupid, but, you know. that qualifies.
It is done. Move on.
Receiving fire. Get to that position, brothers.
Thaddeus here. To the fight, brothers. Engaged by Eldar!
Eldar have opened fire.
Sure, we'll turn down the SFX, which are currently at 40%, down to like 20.
Hostile armor has us in their sights.
Field generators are deploying now, Commander. Additional generators will not be available until your next deployment.
Eldar! Close and engage!
With me, brothers, advance.
It is done. Move on. Aerial assault. Go!
Avitus.
Taking heavy fire.
Let's strike.
So I'm going to ask you a strange question, probably soon. Do you mind telling me why you like the intro?
Eldar down.
No judgment. No, no implication. I'm just curious.
Go! Show our strength!
Adjust your positions.
Brothers, advancing.
Rule of cool.
Eldar ambush.
Do I consider DBM cheating in WoW? No.
Tarkus here. Enemy has us in close combat.
Why is actually a really complicated question, but the answer is no.
It is done. Move on.
Yeah, I like how none of the races like to ally with each other. Like, you remember in Winter Assault where they allied with each other for like half a mission,
Move on.
and then that fell apart immediately? I remember that. Pepperidge Farm remembers that.
Eldar! Close and engage!
Diddly Boss Mods, it's an add-on font.
It is done.
They didn't even last one mission, nope.
Weapons ready.
Reposition.
This, another game would just scream trap to me, but I'm pretty sure we're fine. Come on. Come on.
It is done. Move on.
Nice shield. I'm a melee.
At your command. Tactical squad repositioning.
Assault right away.
So, rule of cool is valid?
Your command.
Let's do this. I've been thinking about the intro, believe it or not, ever since. So let's give a negative to the intro. Excuse me, for the cinematic. Let's be very clear about that. But then, I've already explained why the opening cinematic is a negative. I'll give you 3 reasons right off the top of my head. The Elder being dumb, which is always just irritating. It's also literally an example of pronoun game, which is arguably bad writing. The fact that it's over-edited to hell and back to the point where it's actually irritating to physically look at, so it is technically bad. And the fact that it completely spoils the big reveal about the Tyranids. Which, if you're paying attention, and I was this time around, is actually supposed to be a big moment that they build up to across several missions. Like, oh, there's a shadow in the warp. How strange. Oh no, there's these alien creatures that I don't recognize. I wonder what they could possibly be. Oh my god, it's the Tyranids! Bum, bum, bum. But we knew that, because we watched the opening cinematic. Nothing is universally considered bad writing. We're gonna go with Banter, I believe, was one of the ones as well. That's actually the first thing I thought of, too. That, as you know, is something that's pretty much universally bad. And I was actually trying to think of an example of as you know that wasn't. And since I couldn't think of one, I decided to play it cautious. If I'm not sure, I tend to say, you know, that I'm not sure. So I'm not sure. But I can't think of anything that is truly universally negatively considered because I'm not sure. Damn it, J. Palmer. Let's see. That's still a question mark. That's still a question mark. That was amusing, Pilatus now. As you know. I know that. Shut up. Well, as you know, Huthor, you like continuity. There. We'll go ahead and update the HUD. A lot of these are still in question marks, but we're thinking right around here. Whoops. There we go. Let's go kill some Xenos who are our allies. Death to our allies and to the living.
Hostiles purged.
The enemy is here, Commander.
This way.
Cut those Eldar! Close and engage! Engage jump packs. It is done. Move on.
Tarkus here. Get to that position, brother. Tactical squad, return fire.
Could you, like, kill them, please? Okay.
Such is the fate of the enemies of man.
She would have done terribly, J. Palmer. Even if we presume the jailer doesn't exist and go with the original intention of the essence of the Lich King, she would have fallen to corruption and just become supplanted by it immediately. Well, you got plenty of chances to do so. Von Falkenstein.
Jump to that position.
More corpses.
Brothers, you go.
Pin down! Here! It is done. Move on.
Tactical squad, return fire.
He rolled good will saves, J. Palmer. Although it's worth noting that it's emphasized several times that he was actually slowly losing that battle.
Cursed heretic!
Demolition tactics, brothers.
Receiving fire. Thaddeus here.
Enemy troops destroyed. Devastators under enemy attack.
Eldar! Close and engage!
Well after J. Palmer. They didn't really follow through on the Bolvar story arc until Legion.
Cut those aliens down!
Quite a ways in.
Tactical squad repositioning.
Engaged by Eldar!
Brothers.
It is done. Move on.
Height means nothing in this one, right? I actually don't remember.
Tactical squad, return fire. Eldar destroyed.
Cute. Is there anything else about the difficulty settings in this one? Real question.
Your orders. Forward.
I'm not even sure I agree with that, J. Palmer. Like, I get what you're talking about, and it was such a nothing thing. It was such a dinky little nothing little moment.
Assault Marines here.
Hey, look, we didn't forget.
Aerial assault.
We'll get back to it.
It is done. Move
Target
on.
killed.
Now's the time for salt become needed.
Crush them. Under suppression.
Your command. With me.
Engaged by Eldar. Where are we needed?
What's funny is it probably led to the precedence of the final patch dungeons, which they kept doing for a while, and I really liked. And then they stopped, and that sucked.
Target eliminated.
I guess I shouldn't say a while. They did that in BC, they did that in Wrath, and they did that in Kata, and then they stopped. That sucked. Did I already grab the thing? I did. Okay, cool. Just making sure. Legion. No, they didn't do that in Legion. Wait. There was, that's right, there was that dungeon. I always forget exists because it's such a secondary dungeon. That's pulling too much of it technically. That doesn't count.
Relocating.
Because the whole point was what they did in BC and Wrath and Kata was there was a dungeon, or a trio of dungeons, that directly led into the finale. The Seat of the Triumvirate was a side story that was kind of establishing a little bit of a Gaiden thing going on. I actually talked about that in the World of Warcraft series. It's like, we need to get this thing for the ship. Also, the old gods are trying to corrupt Argus. Okay, cool. And yeah, Illyria is now a Void Elf, so we can add that race to the retinue.
No wonder the Farseer chose the Orcs as our instruments instead of you.
Habitus under attack.
It is
And all this time, you might have been killing Tyranids.
Maybe if you'd stop screwing with me.
Everything that's coming to you.
Really?
Eldar know the Tyranids are coming. That explains their actions among the Orcs.
What do the Tyranids have to do with Eldar helping Orcs?
A full-fledged Orc uprising could actually slow the Tyranids, Thaddeus. If the Eldar were not doing this on our own recruiting worlds, we could use the situation to our advantage.
Using Orcs and Eldar to stop an enemy? Why would we waste our time with that? We are Space Marines.
I should mention I hate Avitus as a character.
Fear incarnate.
We may be fear incarnate, Avitus, but we face an enemy that knows no fear. We will need every advantage we can get if we want to save the sector.
God, these people are so stupid. There's just idiot balls. Like, you've heard of the idiot ball, right? This is like, you know those ball pits they used to have at like McDonald's and stuff? Imagine if every single one of those balls is an idiot ball and everyone just jumps in. And that's where we're at. Didn't make it. And yeah, Avitus is a dick. And it's bottomless.
So the Eldar were uniting the Orcs to slow down the Tyranids.
Yes, Nemerian clearly knew of the Tyranids.
This explains much, but we have been getting reports of other Eldar activity in the sector that is not related to the Orcs. Clearly the Eldar have other plans in motion, none of which can be good for us. I will keep you apprised of any further developments, Commander.
What can you tell us about the Tyranids, Cyrus?
The Tyranids are unlike any other threat we have faced, Tarkus. Orcs may operate in vast hordes, but they still have individual chieftains that unite them. Kill these chieftains, and the Orc horde is weakened and scattered. A Tyranid hive fleet, however, is a single massive organism. Every creature in the swarm is simply one part of a single terrifying mind. We cannot break the Tyranids' morale, or take advantage of their pride. We cannot make them see reason. And for every beast we kill, 1,000,000 more are ready to take its place.
But what do they want?
The hive devours entire worlds. Its goal is to feed itself and grow. And it will not stop until the entire galaxy is consumed.
Commander, the Orcs continue to undermine our defenses on Calderas. We need to shore up these defenses if we are to have any hope of stopping the Tyranids.
You'll notice the whack-a-moling has already started, by the way. Like, we're not actually all that far in. It's like, hey, boop-a-doop-a-doop, baby-dee-ba-dee-doo. You're whacking it, exactly. One moment, please. Alright, what do we got? Nothing for me. Cool. What about you? We're still going through that, so... What are these? Requires level 9. I am enjoying the game a little bit, yes. I believe if the Tyranid reaches 100%, it's game over. I've never done that. Favorite character in the game in terms of story? Ooh, that's a tough one. Because Thaddeus is a prick. Avitus is a moron. We have no character. And Cyrus can't spit it out and tries way too hard to be cool. So... I'm actually going to go with Thule. I honestly don't remember Tarkus as a character at all. That's why I skipped over him. He probably exists as a character. It's about all I can go for on that. Am I getting all this level 8 and 9 stuff? Oh my gosh. The Force Commander's like, yeah! Posture. Posture and pose.
A message is coming in from Chapter Command.
Commander, this is Gabriel Angelos aboard the battle barge Litany of Fury. I have received word of the Tyranid threat facing Subsector Aurelia and of Captain Thule's grave condition. The Tyranids are a threat of unimaginable proportions, Commander. They are endless in number and intent on consuming whole worlds. The Litany of Fury is now making for Aurelia at all speed, but we are weeks away. I will relay all distress signals back to you while we devise a plan of attack.
Sweet. All we have to do is withstand a Tyranid horde for weeks. That should be fun.
Commander, we have located Captain Thul's attacker. The warrior beast that you drove into the Badlands has resurfaced, leading a swarm of lesser Tyranids. This is our first chance to strike back at the Tyranid enemy, and we cannot pass it up. Collecting samples from this creature's corpse may also lead to a cure for Captain Thul, and could give us valuable information on how to defeat the Hive Fleet. This area is heavily infested, Commander, so be prepared for heavy resistance.
Victory reduces infestation by 1. Nice. I sure hope I won't be playing whack-a-mole with that later. I've already made my point. From beyond the very edge of the galaxy come the Tyranid Hive fleets. They're just hungry. Jay Palmer's hungry too, but you know, he's not eating the galaxy at least.
Target the larger creatures to disrupt the swarm. That will
see.
buy us the time to get to our target.
A shrine or a foundry?
Will have his vengeance.
Let's go for a shrine.
Our weapons are ready. Repositioning.
Tactical squad. Assault squad. Jump to that position.
We'll just use that right there. Yep. That will be our... Thank you, Jay Palmer. We'll use this as the, what's your pick? I can't think of the name. Thumbnail. One moment. So, I'm really tired. It's okay, we're probably going to cut off after this mission. So that's 24. And Season 1, Ace Combat. Wow, Kata. Legion. Much obliged. Much appreciated as always. Thank you. That would be really funny, wouldn't it? In just like the most horrible way possible. So, why are the Tyranids attacking? Well, the other galaxy was the Weed Galaxy. Weed, yeah. And man, they're hungry now. They've got a galactic case of the munchies. Oh.
Seek and destroy. The Tyranids are attacking! Evade stun. Move on. Tyranid killed. Kill those Tyranids!
Your command formation, brother.
We will take it.
Take cover, there!
Under attack. Relocating.
Among your misbegotten kind.
Spore lines eliminated.
My rage has buttered.
We see some consequences of the Tyranids. You know, part of the problem when you have enemies like, you know, Tyranids.
Make it out.
There's a Tyranid Hive fleet here, so that should be game. Right? Like, that should kind of be that. There's a Tyranid Hive fleet here. Well.
Claimed and sanctified.
I know why, it's funny, because I would imagine that the reason why they decided to set this on the recruiting worlds for Blood Ravens is because otherwise they'd probably just bail.
Tactical squad.
Alright, well. We're boned.
Tyranid assault!
Exercise your fingers.
Target killed. Your reposition. Come on,
Go!
Repositioning.
Giving cover, brothers.
I wasn't aware there was such a trailer, so I'm gonna go with a hard no on that, Uthor.
Tyranid.
Enemy has us pinned. Show me your fury.
Tyranids are attacking! To the fight, brothers.
Concentrate fire. This for us.
Tyranid assault!
Come on, aliens. Show me your fury.
I think they are. Please stop taunting the aliens.
It is done. Move on. Aerial assault. Tyranid assault!
Direct our wrath.
I love how the objective here is literally just avenge Captain Thule. Nothing that matters or has any relevance to anything. Just avenge him. Just go kill something because, you know, it killed Thule. I know. They're trying to get some information on the Tyranids. It's just really.
Come on, aliens. Show me your fury.
It is done.
Field generators are deploying now, Commander. Additional generators will not be available until your next deployment.
Moving to engage.
Tyranid killed.
The orcs are just here to have some fun. I don't see any problem with that.
Engage jump packs. The Tyranids are attacking!
Little by little, we are thinning the swarm. Nemesis.
Tyranid assault! It is done. Move on.
I mean, they do want to get stuck in with the boys. I do agree with that.
This way. Formation, brothers. Go. Going to the wall.
I don't know, Stumpy.
This is Avatar.
I don't actually know the format of the expansions at all, so. Oh.
Assault squad on the way.
Suppose we'll see when we get with it. When we get there, blah.
There's the beast. Destroy it.
Enemy troops.
Hit them hard.
It can't withstand my haircut. I am ultra hairy. You know what I mean. Where are you?
Tyranid assault!
Pull it back in range. Pull it back in range. There you go.
Engage jump packs.
I mean, Thaddeus is the greatest.
Cut those aliens down.
Bioplasma! Clear that area!
Your orders.
Tactical. Concentrate fire.
Let's see, just chill for a minute. That's also good.
Cut those aliens down.
I don't know about Wolfenstein.
To the attack.
We'll see. We'll see when we get there. I know nothing.
Tarkus here. Enemy has us in close combat. Grenade that target.
Grenade! Aerial assault. Go!
Purge the Tyranids. Show them fury.
Cut those aliens down.
Bioplasma! Clear that area!
Up with me. To the attack. Tied up in hand-to-hand combat. Purge the alien beast or upon us.
Do you mind?
This way, brothers. Destroy them. Under attack. We have a new target.
For all the bosses that have anti-melees, there's a lot of bosses that have anti-range, too. Alright, I can alt-tab now. Check it out. I can actually alt-tab. Isn't that cool? It mutes the game, but, you know. There we go.
The Tyranids!
Mutes, I mean freezes.
Cut those aliens down. See no target. With me, brothers, advance. Honor and duty. Encourage the alien. It is done. Get on to the next target, brothers.
Formation, brothers. Go!
Well done, Commander.
Ooh, our first blue.
Apothecary Gordian has dispatched servitors to collect and analyze the warrior's corpse. Our librarians have also consulted the more complete records aboard the Litany of Fury. With this information, we have devised a plan of attack against the Hive Fleet.
Alright, here's our attack plan. Yeah!
This victory will long be remembered in the halls of glory.
Interesting. Damn it. Took too long. Oh no, I made it. Yay! Yeah, just get some...
Tyranids have a simple and terrible agenda, Commander. Left unchecked, they will kill and consume every living thing on the planet. Our only hope of stopping the Tyranids is to strike at the heart of the Hive Fleet itself. For us to do this, you must first accomplish 3 critical tasks. You must locate and secure the astronomic array hidden on planet Typhon. Only its precise scans will allow us to analyze the Hive Fleet and locate its weaknesses. You must also obtain a sample of the Hive Fleet's biotoxins. Only a pure gene sample will allow us to develop a poison to strike at the Hive Fleet. And you must secure access to Angel Forge on planet Meridian. Only this ancient forge's vast manufacturing capabilities will allow us to produce weapons with which to deliver our poison. Each of these tasks pits your handful against untold billions. But failure means the utter annihilation of our worlds. And a death sentence for our chapter.
Question. Can we recruit from somewhere else? No? Okay.
Commander, we need to take direct control of Angel Forge. I'm authorizing you to travel to Meridian. The planetary governor has been less than cooperative thus far, so be prepared for bureaucratic resistance. Angelos out.
Great. Of course. Okay, what do we got? So we got the missile launcher now, which I could put on Avitus, but I kind of don't want to. Let's give him the AoE gun for it. Oh, is that actually higher damage? Wow, it actually is. Holy crap. Yeah, we'll just be a fleet-based chapter. We're cool. We got this. Ain't no big thing. Give me more ranged. More ranged. More health for Tarkus. More health for the health god. That's Tarkus. It's not obvious. Yeah, I know, right? Okay, this species is super adaptable. So what are we gonna do? I've got this. We're gonna poison it. Cool. Oh. And of course, I keep getting stuff that's too high level. Yep, okay, cool. We're done. Boop. To Meridian. right? Yes. This should be fun. I mean, we could, Loke. That is an option.
Meridian stands at the very heart of Subsector Aurelia.
32 billion people. Wow.
Billions call its cities home. Its factories and forges are keys to victory against the Tyranids. We must not allow Meridian to fall.
Commander, welcome to Meridian Orbit. My name is Elena DeRosa. Governor Vandis has assigned me to be your liaison while in system. This is not the hinterlands of Calderis or Typhon, Commander, so a certain amount of discretion would be appreciated.
It is imperative that we secure access to Angel Forge, Administrator DeRosa.
Yes, so your Captain Angelos has said. Angel Forge is the most important manufacturing facility in the sector, however. Its use follows a strict schedule set by Governor Vandis and his Privy Council years in advance. Nevertheless, there may be a way to arrange special access to Angel Forge. Meridian has recently come under repeated attack from Eldar raiders. They have already inflicted substantial damage to parts of our communication and supply infrastructure. The Imperial Guard forces stationed on Meridian are already tied down, suppressing food riots in the lower city. They do not have the manpower to deal with the Eldar as well. Were you to employ your special expertise in such matters and repel these raids, Governor Vandis believes he could arrange limited access to Angel Forge. Eldar sightings will be transmitted to your planetary display. DeRosa out.
Commander, I left Meridian decades ago, but this is typical behavior. The nobility has always closed its eyes to problems in the Undercity. The Eldar must have raided wealthy spires for the noble houses to even acknowledge a problem.
They will acknowledge it when the sky darkens with Tyranid spores and hive ships.
On that subject, Commander, initial scans indicate no Tyranid activity whatsoever on Meridian.
No activity at all. No mutated plants or slaughtered wildlife. No atmospheric changes.
None that we can detect.
Check your sensors again, Martellus. Hive fleets do not ignore worlds in their paths.
Anyways. I love the casual world building there. Yeah, the Guard are busy suppressing food riots, so, you know, there's not much we can do about it. Just, it is what it is. Did I already? I did. There it is. The item tooltips. Cool. Listen, there's no Necrons here. Oh, God.
Commander, the Eldar seem intent on crippling Meridian's infrastructure. They have just silenced a major communications array used by Meridian's noble houses. Valuable items were also pilfered from nearby storage vaults. A powerful Eldar hover tank is leading these attacks, and the Imperial Guard has thus far been unable to stop it. If these raids continue, planetary defenses could be seriously compromised.
No kidding, Crazy Norse. Oh no! The rain!
Stay alert. The Eldar strike without warning.
Let's grab the forge, shall we? I probably will, yeah, Stumpy. I don't think I did back in the day. I have no memories of it, but I probably will. Probably Cubic, although there's no option in mission, and I can't save in mission. So we're stuck with it.
Moving to engage.
Target in sight.
Could you, like, not be behind your forward field? Thanks. Appreciate it.
Target killed.
You sit up here, and you sit up here. Set up here. That would actually be funny, right? It's okay, the Tyranids are ignoring us. Oh. Oh god. Ah! What do we do? Die. Well, you see, the Eldar are trying to stop the Tyranids at Claw. And that's why they're trying to stop us from stopping the Tyranids. Because they're... Look, the Eldar ways are beyond our mere mortal comprehension, okay? They know all and see all. Their great and glorious ways cannot be compared to...
Return fire, brother.
To the Thaddeus here! We're getting slaughtered!
Where are you? Why are you here? Oh, okay. Well, this might be a restart. What the crap? I got flanked hard, and there's a frickin' tank in the middle of us, which, that's always fun. Where are you? Can you, like, do that, please? Do the only thing I need you to do, please.
Under suppression.
I will not.
Evitus, you just chill there for a second.
Target armor destroyed.
You know, that's a good point, Ikit. Didn't even think about that.
Engaged by Eldar!
Yeah, we got swept here. Look at this.
Aerial assault, go!
You're doing okay? Sure, it would be nice if I had any cover.
Here!
Tactical stars purged.
Target down.
Our assault squad is taking losses.
No one's following us. That's actually okay. We'll live with that for a while.
Work, brothers. Tactical squad, get to that position, brothers.
Now's the time for Saul to be bringing our superior weapons to bear.
Yeah, there's just no cover in this frickin' road. This is just open air.
One less Eldar to plague us.
We are taking damage.
Tactic heading out. Face the fate of the heretic.
Eldar under suppression!
Target destroyed. Grenade that target. Shoot it.
Grenade!
Hone your zeal, brothers.
Yeah. That was fun.
Hostile forces spotted.
Tactical squad, return fire.
What? God, where are you coming from? You know, I don't even care.
Enemy destroyed.
It's not an option, Chongo. There is no such thing. There are no mid-mission saves.
Evidence here.
I'm still debating if that's a negative, because that's a really weird decision.
Eldar Xenos.
Another enemy crushed.
Make ready, brothers.
We can't hold the enemy back.
Inside.
I understand its importance.
Enemy armor, use cover.
Avitus under attack. Avitus, move.
Eldar down.
Okay. Oh, God. Could you imagine if there was no mid-mission saving and it crashed when I alt-tabbed? Oh, that would be awful.
Will not be available until your next deployment.
Get me some supplies, would you?
Take your position, brother.
Thank you.
How can we serve?
Okay. That was fun. Now we need to push through that base.
Enemy fire has found us.
Come on, aliens. Show me your fury.
No, damn it, J-Pop. Yeah, let's just combine all the worst and most irritating bugs I've ever had to deal with.
Can you get around the attack?
Just mash all of them into each other.
One less Eldar to plague us.
Oh, there's lots. Like, one screwed up the capture. One made it so that I couldn't actually pull it in the right resolution. One made it so the mouse was juddery and wouldn't actually work correctly, so I had to click like a little bit off of where it actually was. Like, I've had so many bugs in my... They call me the bug runner for a friggin' reason. Okay, go.
Coordinates fixed.
I need you to do
Jump
this.
to that position.
I need you to do this, and I need you to get up there.
Close and engage.
Get up.
Grenade!
That.
Has us in their sights.
I wasn't expecting the tank to run away. It's a very strange decision, but I'm not going to argue.
Tactical Marines ready.
Oh, God, kill the damn thing.
Aliens down. Engaged by Eldar.
A game I wanted to play purely for aesthetics? No. I can say that pretty definitively. Pretty games are pretty, but I don't... To say I don't care is inaccurate, because I obviously appreciate visual and audio design quite a bit. But a bad game that looks good just is a bad game in my mind, you know what I mean?
Command your orders.
Like, oh my god, there's just... get into cover. What about you, Hira?
Engaged by Eldar. Thaddeus here.
I do like how their audio changes based on who they're fighting. Do you notice that? They're constantly talking about killing Eldar here, and when we're doing Tyranids, they're like, "Ah, the alien must die."
Class.
Oh, I don't want to deal with that. Okay. That's bad. Back off. Back off. Get out of there. Get out of there.
We are suffering heavy losses. Tarkus here. Assault squad. Engaged by Eldar. I have failed. Under attack.
Why don't you go ahead and do that from here? Nope. Okay, pop out, pop out. You go inside instead. You use this on him. You are down. You keep dealing with them. Bring them over. Thank you. Oh yeah, the audio spam. I'm not giving any negatives for audio spam. It's much better. They've actually figured out how to set up the audio properly. It's great. Do another one yet? Nope. Alright, do a regular grenade on nothing.
No mercy for the enemy.
Jesus,
Brothers, advance. Emperor be praised.
Yep.
Thaddeus here. Eldar have opened fire.
Range to the fire prism. Get in cover.
Tactical
Prepare to use your last grenade. Go start meleeing that thing. Yeah, exactly, Scion. Witchcraft, heresy, mutation! Okay, fire prism dead. Jesus.
I will not live to see your vision fulfilled.
Now. Push over here so I can frickin' reinforce. Good God. No, J. Palmer. I had dreams about Two-Face. Don't ask.
Target acknowledged.
Notice even the music like fades in and out of severity based on whether or not we're actively in combat or not. There's a lot of good audio touches in here. In fact, actually, hang on. Sound design. I did actually put sound design there. Okay, good. I already put music as well. Excellent.
This is Avitus. Understood. Going there now.
Take your position,
Or a
brother.
devastator, brother.
I tend to dream story ideas, J. Palmer. And so the dream was just me putting together a story idea for a hypothetical Batman story. Except it wasn't a Batman story, it was actually a Spider-Man story. And yes, I know, one of those is DC and one of those is Marvel. But it actually worked out really well in my head. I don't know if it would actually be a good story or not. That would take, you know, writing. It wasn't a crossover so much as I just took Two-Face and plopped him down into a new setting, which also happened to include Spider-Gwen, specifically. What do you know that is?
Understood.
Eldar, close and engage!
Alright, so we're going to try to be tricky, and we're going to fail at it, but we're going to try it anyways. Should distract them long enough to get in position. Move some troops up. Okay, Avitus is in position. He should start raining fire down soon, hopefully. Get some buffs going on for the eventual fire raining. There we go. There's our fire. There's our fire. We're gonna throw some grenades out, like you do. Always with the grenades. Go ahead and hold back a little.
Follow me, brothers!
Go ahead and knock over these webways. Screw the webways, am I right?
Tactical Marines ready.
Wish I had more cover.
Brothers, fire! Eldar! Close and engage! Enemy destroyed. Forward, brothers!
You know, if I was to describe the audio banter in this, it sounds a little bit more like Homeworld. They did a lot of little audio tricks to make the audio spam in Homeworld, you know, not irritating.
Your orders. One less Eldar to plague us.
Oh, I can't.
Press the assault, brothers. Tactical Marines ready.
Pull back. Pull him into Tacitus. Avitus, whatever the hell his damn name is. Bob! Pull him into Bob! Bob, you got this!
It is done. Move on.
This is Avitus.
Coming out. Okay. Pop out, pop out.
Eldar.
North.
Close and engage.
Start shooting things, please.
Move on.
No cover here, so you're gonna have to do without. If I start going down the health tree on my main guy, and he can just start living here.
Forward, brother. Engage by Eldar.
Oh, that sounds awful, Stumpy. Since I am absolutely not gonna do any co-oping, but ooh, as they say.
Grenade that target.
What do you think of it?
Assault squad. Eldar. Close and engage.
I never actually played Impossible Creatures. I should say I, to this date, have not played Impossible Creatures. I have no knowledge or understanding of that one. Back off.
Get toe. Show our strength.
We're gonna actually attack this from a different area. Rather than pushing through 2 bases worth of stuff, let's just pull back and regroup.
Brothers, assault squad on the way.
Incredible Machine. That actually sounds familiar. Hey, your taxes are due by April 18th. Yeah, I paid them like 2 months ago. Incredibly Machine. Looks familiar. I might have played something based off of it. In fact, I'm gonna go ahead and say I didn't play that, no. I mean, you joke, Uthor.
Acknowledged. Let's fly. Quick! Redeploy! Enemy troops destroyed.
Avitus.
Readiness is all. Inside.
Load in, brothers.
Eldar! Close and engage!
Return fire, brothers!
Oh my god, Von Falkenstein. Yes, Rube Goldberg machines. That is the thing.
Move on! Take out that Eldar!
I think I was supposed to go north at the start rather than south like I did. That's cool. It's cool. We're fine. We're dead. We're fine. It's cool.
Eldar, watch for an ambush.
In melee!
With me, brothers, advance!
Engage jump packs.
Come on, aliens! Show me your fury!
Engage by Eldar!
As much as I make fun of Thaddeus, he is pretty useful in these missions. The CC value alone is worthwhile.
Tactical squad. Get to that position, brothers.
Yeah, we got more incoming. Because of course we do. We always have more incoming. This is Warhammer 40k. Sure about Falkenstein. We're going to have to decide once we get there anyways, so might as well have some info on the matter.
Time to destroy
That out, and you go like that.
Brothers, go!
Moving to capture.
Oh no, this is pretty low micro, all things considered. I only have 4 units to keep track of. Which goes back to the earlier question. Someone asked me what I think the optimal squad size would be. Honestly, 5 would probably be sufficient, but 6 would probably be ideal. Put a gun to my head. Or a bolter.
Acknowledged.
Repositioning.
This is still an RTS, it's just a squad-based RTS. Good night, cruisers.
Aerial assault.
Direct our wrath.
Get to that position, brothers.
Let's scooch over here, try to get a little flanking action going on, and hopefully don't get counterflanked. They're out of range, so that sucks.
It is done.
They're not even participating in this fight for the moment. Get a buff going. Yep, there's the counterflank that I was just talking about. Of course. Here, you get in there. Honestly, just get in there. Deal with that. Deal with the frickin' webways.
Enemies of man.
Go! Engage by Eldar!
Go ahead and pull back a bit.
Move into that position.
It is done. Move on.
Not quite great position. You move forward and try to deal with the counterflank, shall you? They're gonna be coming. Right there.
Your orders.
Go deal with the generator. You also deal with the generator. The ranged will deal with the flanking. Real-time tactics. I've never heard of that phrase, Scion. So I suppose my question to you would be, what is real-time tactics?
Shadows, Eldar.
Launch Thunderhawks for extraction.
I mean, I suppose if we're going to argue that such a genre actually exists, then the answer would be obvious. Real-time strategy would be a game that includes strategy layers like base building or macro. Real-time tactics would be purely tactical layer, which would be squad-based. I usually don't bother. I usually just call them RTS squad-based or RTS, army-based or whatever. Actually, that's not true. Usually I just say RTS squad-based or RTS because there's very few squad-based of these. Tactical espionage action is when somebody gets slugged in the face. Not you, of course, Dragonzor. You're amazing. But I know somebody who would get a slug for that.
Prelate Benetio of House Toril passes on his thanks, Commander. He looks forward to the recovery of his stolen goods and the repair of the damaged array.
Is this liaison unaware that a Tyranid Hive fleet is descending upon this sector?
We are currently reviewing the full extent of the Tyranid threat, Sergeant. We have yet to find evidence that Meridian is in any real danger. DeRosa out.
Imperium tech priests have been working to restore an ancient astronomical array deep in the jungles of Typhon. If reports are accurate, This array is capable of detailed scans of an entire subsector. This data could allow us to uncover a critical weakness in the Hive fleet. We will have to make contact with the tech priests at their base camp on Typhon and ask for the location.
Commander, Captain Angelos here. You must defend the capital world and secure Angel Forge. It will all be for naught, however, if we cannot develop weapons with which to attack the Hive mind itself. You must locate and secure the astronomic array hidden on planet Typhon. You must also obtain a sample of the Hive fleet's biotoxins. Angelos out.
I already knew that. Do you like how there's just explosions periodically going down there? Also, did you catch the fact that 32 billion people live in 4 cities? I want you to think about that for just a second. Just picture what it'd be like living in a city. Yeah. Anyways. Yeah, Hive cities. Am I right? Alright, so how do I... Save. There we go. Save and exit. So hang on. I was told there's an option about rain. Rain detail. Let's turn that low. Let's see if rain detail to low will help anything. Obviously, though, that will be tomorrow at, as usual, about 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.